also the same conditions on which her husband Peter Mukherjee was granted bail in the same case.
एक आपका रिएक्शन दे दीजिए मैम, किस तरह की
बस रिएक्शन में थैंक यू फॉर योर सपोर्ट, बहुत आप लोगों ने साथ दिया, थैंक यू.
But as Indrani Mukherjee walks out of prison after 6.5 years, the CBI investigation into the death of Sheena Bora has not made any significant headway. In fact, Indrani Mukherjee was granted bail on the premise that hundreds of witnesses are yet to be examined and the court expects the investigation to continue for a really long time. With Indrani Mukherjee and her husband Peter Mukherjee now out on bail and continue to plead innocence, the one question on everyone's minds still remains unanswered. Who killed Sheena Bora? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, for the first time since his spar with Bollywood actor Ajay Devgan on language, Kannada star actor Kicha Sudeep broke his silence in an exclusive interview to Republic TV. Speaking to our executive editor Niranjan, he welcomed the Prime Minister's statement on languages and said it's important for all to grow beyond the language debate.
In a very aggressive way, if I can say that, Kicha Sudeep, one of the biggest actors in Karnataka, in Sandalwood, joining us live at a very interesting time. Sudeep, you're speaking for the first time on this controversy since it broke out. We tried to get in touch with you, but you didn't want to speak to the media back then. Why did you react in the way that you did to Ajay Devgan?
I do not know how else to do. I think I did it in a very simple way and a very nice way. That was a very gentleman way. I mean, he was also sweet and mine was also sweet. And I guess there was no controversy between the tweets at all. So I guess it is the perceptions that went haywire, not us both. For us both, it was a different topic altogether. And I think we stuck by it and there was no aggressive approach to it. So there was just an approach to it. People who were reading it read it out very aggressively.
No, Sudeep, you put your point forward very strongly to say that Hindi is not the national language. And there has been a debate. You have to accept it, admit it, that parties down south and some state governments have been speaking out against any attempt to impose Hindi. Now, the Prime Minister has spoken today and he has said, Sudeep, he has said in the past few days we have seen that attempts are being made to spark controversies on the basis of languages. The BJP sees a reflection of Indian culture in every regional language. I repeat, every regional language, and considers them worth worshipping. It's a link to the country's better future. Do you think this was required at this point to end this debate?
I think it's a wonderful statement what the Prime Minister has made, and he exactly knows what he's saying, and that's actually nice. Every language has got its own aura, decorum, value, weightage, and I think he's put it across very nicely, and I think we should respect every language too. It all comes from the same country, any which way. So I guess, what he says definitely is a very welcoming line to every citizen of the India. We want to reach every citizen. We want to reach every cinema goer. That's all it is. And that is where it was. And we do not have such discriminations in our family called cinema or entertainment. So we all exchange actors. We all exchange directors. We collaborate, we discuss, and I think we come along. But I guess the political edge to it is, I guess they have their own nuances and approach towards it for what benefits, I have no idea. But I guess we as cinema people, we love and respect each other. We have abundance of love for each other. That's the only reason we all try to penetrate, try to entertain the other people also. And especially even in Karnataka, when other languages are coming and getting dubbed. And I think I was one of the first people to stand up there when we said dubbing is allowed. Yeah. And I actually kind of said that dubbing should be allowed, because if others are coming and trying to speak Kannada, we should welcome them. We always welcome everybody trying to come and speak our language. It's a beautiful approach to anything, actually. So I guess we don't have such discrimination amongst us.
Yeah, and do you think this is a good thing that is happening? That there is an amalgamation of, and that's what where we are broadcasting from. I'm in Mumbai, and people from across India come here to work in what is called Bollywood, which is essentially where all the Hindi movies are made. Now that we are seeing some of the hits coming from down south, and those movies are being dubbed in Hindi, do you think this is a trend that is happening for the good, which is democratizing the film industry and the success of movies? Sudeep?
This was long due, sir. This was long due, because see, this penetration of languages into other cultures has happened long back in the world. languages like a Chinese and other things, they started doing English films. They started dubbing in English and started penetrating long back. We within India, we are very late actually. Though we all tried. See, satellites were going good. It was always there, but it was a little time was needed for us for the other languages to hit the theaters as well. Like for example, I'm just not talking Hindi. Even in Karnataka, when other languages are coming, dubbing in Kannada and hitting our theaters, it was just pending. That's about it. And I guess earlier, when you take a couple of years back, I agree to your lines that the center point would be around Hindi. And that is how from there where it used to zoom out and then spread into, and there was a vast business community only for that.
Yes.
But today, I guess from couple of years, it's been like, people are just watching films. They just need good films. And I guess with the OTT coming in and everything coming in, people started getting exposed to every language, just not Indian. We are all exposed to even French or Spanish or whatever when the subtitles are coming. We are connecting to the films. So I guess within the country, when these things are happening right now, is such a bliss and such a wonderful breeze for every individual who wants to narrate a story.
Now, addressing party workers in Madhya Pradesh, top Congress leader Kamal Nath praised the BJP, stating that the BJP leaders know how to fight and are self-aware, while Congress leaders, on the other hand, wait and watch. So that's a statement that's been made by top Congress leader Kamal Nath, who has now praised the BJP, stating that the BJP leaders know how to fight and are self-aware, whereas the Congress leaders, on the other hand, wait and watch. Let's listen into that soundbite of Kamal Nath.
18 साल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी, आज लोग भी बहुत समझदार हो गए। जिनको आप ज्ञान देने जाते थे, वो आपको ज्ञान देने के लिए तैयार है। ये भी बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। वो आपको ज्ञान देंगे, पर ये मत भूलिएगा कि आपको कोई बोलने बताने आएगा कि ये करिए। यही कांग्रेस में कमी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है, उसको कोई बोलने नहीं जाता है कि तुम जाओ वहां जाओ, यहां घूमो, ये घूमो। पर कांग्रेस पे इंतजार करते हैं, कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम जाएंगे। शादी बारात में जा रहे हैं, रवि में जा रहे हैं, अपनी बात तो कर सकते हैं ना। ये आज एक नया रवैया हमें अपनाना है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास आज बोलने लायक कुछ नहीं है। हमें माफी नहीं मांगनी, जो मैं कह रहा था। 15 महीने कांग्रेस की सरकार टिकी, जो हुआ सबके सामने हुआ, मैं दोहराना नहीं चाहता।
Don't go anywhere, slipping into a very short break. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this break. Bengal Education Minister Parikh Adhikari to appear before the CBI at 11 a.m. in teachers' recruitment scam probe. And Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar is a big decision expected soon.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई, उनको सुना, और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very
Welcome back. Now, in an unfortunate incident, a part of a 4-lane tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Ramban district collapsed, leaving 1 person dead and 3 injured, while several others are still feared trapped under the debris. The police and the army have launched a rescue operation with ITBP personnel deployed at the sites. Here is an exclusive ground report by my colleague Gursimran from the Ramban tunnel collapse site.
Ramban tunnel collapse rescue operation is in final stage, and now for the same, the ITBP dog squad has been called in. This is to ensure and to find out the remaining 9 bodies. 1 body has been found by the rescue team. 9 bodies are yet to be traced, and that's why these specialized dogs of the ITBP have been called in. Important to mention that the incident took place yesterday evening at around 10, in which 10 people, they got trapped. 3 were rescued earlier and 10 were trapped. There was no clue about them, and today afternoon 1 body was recovered, and now to find out the remaining 9 bodies, these specially trained dogs of the ITBP have been called into the spot here in the Ramban district where the tunnel collapsed yesterday evening, after which we saw how things have moved out, and the police and the administration are trying their level best to retrieve the remaining bodies. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Now, at the same time, when inclement weather conditions have halted relief and rescue operations in Khuni Nala area of Ramban, forest fire, on the other hand, has engulfed a major chunk of forest area with gusty winds, making fire more dangerous. Here's more in this report filed by my colleague Gursimran Singh.
Despite heavy rains and inclement weather conditions in the Ramban district of Jammu, forest fire has engulfed an entire stretch of the Ramban forest. This is on way from Ramsu to Chandrakot, that the entire area has been gutted in fire. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals that how this wild forest fire has engulfed the entire area. This is not for the first time that it is happening, but at a time when it's raining, the inclement weather conditions have made the rescue operations in the Khuni Nala area, where 9 people are trapped, almost impossible. Here, the forest fire is engulfing the entire stretch of this forest, and it is growing like anything. Even the attempts from the forest department, they are coming to a van. They have no success, and it seems that the entire range, this forest range of Ramban, is burning. This green gold is now getting turned into ashes. Attempts from the administration are getting failed, as administration is fighting a 2-front challenge. First is to fight the landslides that are taking place due to heavy rainfall and inclement weather conditions, while on the other hand, the situation is such that the forest fire has engulfed the entire range of the forest in the Ramban, and efforts are being made to douse this fire, which is now affecting the habitat. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Getting you news in brief, at least 11 flights were diverted to Agra due to bad weather in the national capital region. The defense minister's flight happened to be one of them as he was returning from a temple function in Gujarat's Vadodara. Kashmir University got its first female chancellor since it was established. Professor Neofer Khan, a professor from the university's home science department, was appointed as a vice chancellor in a ceremony headed by the state's lieutenant governor. RJD workers carried out protest at Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence following another case being filed against him. The protest against the CBI was in connection with the procedures they have initiated in connection with Lalu Yadav's time as a railway minister. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y. Jagan Mohan Reddy left Vijayawada to attend the World Economic Forum conference. The forum is to be held at Davos in Switzerland. Union Minister of State Prahlad Patil attended a review meet regarding the Jal Jeevan Mission Rural Development and Panchayat Raj in Tamil Nadu. As many as 46.33 lakh houses in over 12,500 villages have been provided drinking water connections under the Jal Jeevan Mission in the state. The Director General of the Central Reserve Police Forces, Kuldeep Singh, facilitated the delivery of gallantry medals to families of members of the force. The felicitation took place in particular for those who were awarded the honours posthumously. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launched 3 helicopter services in the state. The services are aimed towards promoting tourism in the state, with the services provided by a US-based company known as Plaid. Odisha's Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik laid the foundation stone and inaugurated 13 industrial projects in Odisha's Bhubaneswar. The projects range across several industries such as food processing, tourism, paper packaging, expected to generate around 4,000 jobs. Congress Haryana branch is scheduled to hold a Chintan Shivir in Chandigarh, promoting the resolutions passed at the Udaipur Chintan Shivir as part of the agenda at this event. Union Minister Piyush Goyal will be visiting the UK on May 26-27 to hold discussions with UK government and businesses on the progress made in the FTA negotiations and the way forward. Time for a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this break. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai in the national capital ahead of a possible cabinet rejig. And India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation, says India is keeping a close watch.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, do personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Our hashtag tonight is integrate, don't segregate. And if you read between the lines of what the Honorable Supreme Court has said today, that is the message. Integrate, don't segregate. The message is of coexistence. And that is exactly what we at Republic have been saying. Let's not make an issue when none exists, none should. Let's learn to coexist. Fact is, nobody really doubts that a temple was destroyed. There is enough historical fact about it. But the fact also is that there have been prayers, and allowing prayers to the Hindu devotees on a defined place does not put the existence of the mosque into question at all. And that is why the whole controversy over the 1991 Act is unnecessary. Now, viewers, in the course of my debate tonight, I shall tell you why all these issues have more or less been settled by the Supreme Court today. And it is now for us, for you and me, for us all,
Welcome back. Now, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar called a meeting with the top brass of the JDU amid reports of a rift within the BJP in Bihar. Remember, the allies have been at loggerheads over multiple issues, and Nitish's recent iftar meet with Tejasvi has only set the political circles further abuzz. So, is Bihar staring at a 27 repeat? Take a look at this report.
On Friday, a high-level JDU meeting was held in Patna at the residence of the Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar. Nitish called upon senior leaders of the party in what many observers of Bihar politics believe was a critical meeting amid the recent developments. The meeting raised eyebrows as Nitish summoned several senior ministers of his cabinet and leaders of his party. Remember, the meeting comes at a time when the cracks in the NDA alliance only appear to be widening. The NDA alliance in Bihar, led by the JDU and BJP, have been at loggerheads on a multitude of issues, including the caste-based census, NDA leadership in Bihar, liquor ban, and the law and order situation. Just days earlier, images of Nitish Kumar with Tejasvi Yadav at an iftar party set a buzz in the political spectrum, as it comes at a time when the JDU wasn't particularly friendly with their own alliance.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar had convened a special and confidential meeting of the member belonging to the JDU in his Council of Ministers, leading to a speculation that Nitish might take some big decision as far as Nitish's recent bonhomie with Tejasvi Yadav is concerned.
While speculations are rife over a big call by the JDU amid a political slugfest with their allies, this would not be the first time for Nitish Kumar. Back in 2017, the JDU severed ties with the RJD while in power in Bihar, but Nitish returned as Chief Minister just a day after his resignation with the support of the BJP. With the senior JDU leadership now in a huddle amid turbulence in the NDA alliance, is Nitish preparing for a 2017 repeat? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations.
As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India.
The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, do personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out.
Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari asked to appear before CBI once again at 11 a.m. today in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. Is a big decision expected soon? Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to Delhi ahead of a possible cabinet rejig. District Court to now hear the Gyanvapi matter, 8-week deadline given by the Supreme Court. India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong soap provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. welcome to another edition of News on Republic TV. I'm Rukma, and in breaking news just coming in, MNS has said in just before the anticipated visit to Ayodhya, which has been the talk of the town for the past few weeks, has been postponed, and Raj Thackeray will address another mega rally in Pune ahead of his scheduled Ayodhya visit. MNS has also released a teaser in this respect.
जवाब मिलेगा, करारा जवाब मिलेगा. जमलेल्या बाजूला तमाम मराठी बांधवांनो, भगिनींनो आणि मातांनो, कोणाला रे कोणाला, कोणाला रे कोणाला, करारा जवाब मिलेगा.
And joining us on the phone line is Alisha. Alisha, take us through the significance of the Pune meet. It's a scheduled mega rally, even as Raj Thackeray's scheduled Ayodhya visit. Well, we'll have to wait for that for some time now.
Well, of course, Maharashtra Navnirman Sena Chief Raj Thackeray public address, which is going to be held on 22nd of May in Pune. So that will be very significant, is just because Raj Thackeray, which was scheduled his Ayodhya tour on 5th of June, but yesterday he itself tweeted stating that he won't be, the Ayodhya tour has been postponed, and the reason behind it, he is going to inform it in the public rally, which is going to be held in Pune. So whether the fact we saw that everyone, whether it is Shiv Sena and NCP, has actually taken a dig on the tour Ayodhya that has been postponed by Raj Thackeray, but of course the trailer says it all. The MNS using a dialogue stating that the answer will be given back. So this will be very interesting on the 22nd of May, where the Raj Thackeray is going to address a public rally, and he is going to give an answer to everyone who has actually made a question of his not going to
So all
Ayodhya.
eyes on the 22nd of May and on that mega rally. Many thanks, Alisha, for joining us with that detail. And the Ministry of External Affairs has confirmed reports of a second bridge being built by China across the Pangong Tso in eastern Ladakh. The MEA has said that both these bridges are in areas that have continued to be under the illegal occupation of China since the 1960s. The MEA also said India has not accepted China's unjustified claim or such construction activities.
There have been questions raised on the development of infrastructure that China is continuing to do along LAC and also disputed regions. Now the Ministry of External Affairs, responding to reports of China building a second bridge over the Pangong Lake, has confirmed that there are some reports and they are monitoring such construction. Now, they have also admitted that they are aware of this construction, while adding that the construction of the Chinese bridge on the Pangong Lake is on areas that have been disputed since 1960. The Ministry of External Affairs adding that these are areas that have been under illegal occupation of China since the 1960s. The opposition, however, is saying that it's the second bridge, and it's the second time that the government is admitting and also at the same time going soft. Now, India diplomatically believes that China is getting a response through our infrastructure development along the line of actual control and the border regions. Now, will India go beyond that and raise this diplomatically with China is the focus. Here's the story so far.
The MEA released a statement on the 20th of May in response to media reports of yet another bridge being built on Ladakh's Pangong Lake. MEA, through an official statement, confirmed the construction of this bridge. In its strongly worded statement, released in the name of spokesperson Arindam Bagchi, the MEA denounced the bridges as illegal. The External Affairs Ministry statement said these Chinese claims have never been accepted by India, calling the Chinese construction activities as unjustified. The statement also said that the government of India had stepped up development of the border infrastructure, especially since 2014. However, politicizing national security once again, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi took to Twitter to say the Prime Minister must defend the nation. The current bridge construction has come to fore at a time when India and China have completed over 15 rounds of military talks. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Central Bureau of Investigation has registered an FIR against the father-daughter duo over allegations of irregularity committed by Paresh in securing Ankita a teacher's job while ignoring the merit list. Adhikari, along with his daughter, was booked under several IPC sections as well as sections under the Prevention of Corruption Act. A report.
West Bengal's Education Minister Paresh Adhikari was quizzed in the SSC recruitment scam case for the second consecutive day on Friday. This comes after Paresh Adhikari had earlier skipped the summons on Tuesday and remained untraceable until the CBI filed an FIR on Thursday. The West Bengal Education Minister had appeared at the CBI office in Kolkata's Nizam Palace in a marathon interrogation by the CBI officials, which lasted for 9.5 hours. Top sources told Republic Bangla that the sitting West Bengal Education Minister was quizzed about his links to the TMC and his role in the recruitment of his daughter Ankita Adhikari.
After 10 hours, Paresh Adhikari came out of the CBI headquarters in Kolkata, and he was straight headed towards the ML hostel again. And we tried to contact Paresh Adhikari once again, but Paresh Adhikari did not respond to any of the questions asked by Republic Network.
Meanwhile, the Calcutta High Court dismissed the employment of Ankita Adhikari in a government-aided school and asked her to deposit the salary from November 2018 in 2 installments. Paresh Adhikari has once again been called to the CBI's Nizam Palace office by 11 a.m. today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As rain continues to batter Assam, the Indian Air Force deployed its Chinook heavy-lift helicopters in order to deploy NDRF personnel in the flood-affected areas of Haflong. This comes against the backdrop of the northeastern state witnessing continuous heavy downpours and flooding that has led to landslides in several parts of the past few days. Numerous videos of gigantic landslides and waterlogging have been surfacing on the internet, showing the state's infrastructure like bridges, roads and railway tracks severely damaged.
Now in Kanpur area of Nagaon district, and as you can see, we are right now riding on a country boat where people who are stranded in their houses inside the villages are trying to move away to places of safety. You can see everywhere it's only water. The water level here approximately is more than 7 to 8 meters. This area where we are sailing through happened to be a paddy field, but the floodwaters of Kapili and the Kolong River have inundated a vast area across, affecting a population of more than 20,000 alone in Kanpur circle of Nagaon district. पानी कब से बढ़ रहा है यहाँ पर?
हिंदी तो कब ना रो?
पानी केতিয়া পৰা বাঢ়ি আছে ইয়াত?
আজি বাঢ়ি আছে এক সপ্তাহ হৈছে।
এক সপ্তাহ হৈছে। আপোনাৰ ঘৰতো পানী সোমাইছে নেকি?
মোৰ ঘৰৰ চালৰ ওপৰত দি পানী।
চালৰ ওপৰত দি পানী হৈছে। কিমান দিন হ'ল?
আজি মোৰ ঘৰত উঠা আজি 3-4 দিন 5 দিন হৈছে।
এটা বস্তুবিলাক ক'ত ৰাখিছে?
বস্তুবিলাক তো পানীৰ তলতে আছে, উঠাব পৰা নাই।
মানুহ সানো ক'ত আছে?
মানুহ কিছুমান নিচু দলঙত, কিছুমান মানে নগাঁও পঠিয়াইছো তেনেকৈ আছে।
ৰিলিফ চিলিফ আহিছে নাই?
নাই, একো অহা নাই, কোনো অহা নাই।
ৰিলিফ পোৱা নাই এতিয়া?
নাই পোৱা, এইটো ৰিলিফ পোৱা নাই।
So as you can hear, the people have been complaining about relief materials not being delivered to them, and as their houses have been completely submerged in the water, some of them are living on the railway tracks, some of them are living in on the bridges as well as to nearby places which are not affected by the floods, where if they have relatives over there, then they are moving to places of safety. You can see still there are many boats plying on the waters. These are all people who are either moving to safety or trying to get back to their homes to see if they can bring out anything that they had left behind. These pictures of devastation that you were seeing are from Kampur area of Nagaon district. So far, 26 districts of the state have been inundated by the flood waters. Nagaon, Hojai as well as Barak Valley being the worst this season. With video journalist Ashok, I am Aniruddha Bhakat and this is Republic Media Network.
And now a roundup of the top sports stories. Professional tennis players will not receive WTA ranking points at this year's Wimbledon Championships, following the decision to ban Russian and Belarusian competitors from the tournament. Players from the two countries have been banned by the All England Lawn Tennis Club from all UK grass court events after Russia's military invasion of Ukraine. The Asian Football Confederation President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa has pledged Asia's support for Gianni Infantino's re-election bid as FIFA president, while confirming that he will seek a third term at the helm of the AFC. Infantino will be standing for a third stint in charge of soccer's global governing body, having defeated Sheikh Salman. Casper Ruud will defend his Geneva Open title against unseeded Joao Sousa after both had straight set wins. In the semi-finals on Friday, world number 8 Ruud beat Riley Opelka 7-6, 7-5 to lift his career record to 4-0 against the big serving American, who is ranked 18. The 69th match of the Tata IPL 2022 will see Mumbai Indians facing off against Delhi Capitals on the 21st of May at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Mumbai is currently placed at the bottom of the points table of this season of the Tata IPL, whereas Delhi are currently placed at the 5th spot. A blistering half-century by youngster Yashasvi Jaiswal and a quick-fire 40 by R. Ashwin guided Rajasthan Royals to a 5-wicket win against Chennai Super Kings in their IPL match at the Wankhede Stadium. With this victory, Rajasthan have pushed Lucknow to the 3rd spot in the playoffs. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu stormed into the semi-finals of the Thailand Open by beating Japan's Akane Yamaguchi in the quarterfinals. Sindhu dominated the first game. However, the Japanese bounced back in the second set. Sindhu, however, had the last laugh, winning the final game.
As Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I am at the Datashmewed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए ये कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे है. यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है. तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है. Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country, from Gorakhpur urban seat.
And breaking news now, the United States has removed 5 extremist groups, all believed to be defunct, from its list of foreign terror organizations. In notices published in the Federal Register on Friday, the State Department said it had removed the groups after a mandatory 5-year review of their designations. And the Black Sea, once a critical port for export of wheat and food supplies from Ukraine, has now turned into a battlefield for the Russian and Ukrainian forces. Over half of the population of Odessa that lies along the Black Sea has fled the city. Republic Media Network's Alisha Nair is reporting from the Black Sea.
In the view of escalating hostilities between Russia and Ukraine, now Russia and Ukraine battles over the Black Sea island. From the past 3 weeks, we have been witnessing the continuously airstrikes from Russia, from the very Black Sea where we have been reporting from. But majorly now the people have been what they have been suffering from, because there was no intention at the beginning where in Odessa there were no airstrikes or a missile that was really making up the destructions in Odessa. But now the people who have been staying here are really suffering, because there are many constructions, whether it is a resident building or malls, that has been destructed by the airstrike that has been fired by Russian. Moreover, we have been joined with a resident who have been staying here in Odessa since many years. We'll talk to him. Andrew, if you can tell us what is the current situation, because this is something very unpredictable, we can say. No one has really predicted that the attack will start from Russia, from this Black Sea now. So, being a resident, what are you witnessing?
Yes, my name is Andrei. I live in Odessa for all my life, and war is at our home now. So I hope it's gonna be finished soon, and I hope war will not come in Odessa, because now it's very quiet in Odessa, and yes, we hear some bombing in our city. Our citizens are scared very much, and I hope it's gonna be finished soon.
What are the any restrictions that has been imposed by army, or whether from the police authority to the resident who've been staying here now?
Yes, it's some restricted areas in city, and we cannot go out from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. in the morning.
This is the Black Sea where we have been reporting from, and we saw that there was a continuous airstrike. Of course, the military, the defense, they've been continuously making a stock of it, and they have already informed the people that they should not leave the house, because we talking to the administration, they have already informed the instruction that has been given to the resident in Odessa, because the airstrike that has been started from the Black Sea now, because at one territory there are the Russian military, there are Russian forces at one side, there are Ukraine forces. They have been retaliating to each other with this airstrike, but there is a loss which is being suffered by the local people, the local resident who has been staying here since long in Odessa. In Ukraine, with video journalist Surinder Shah, this is Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
Time now for a short break, but coming up on Republic TV, Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest, Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. And also coming up, Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari asked to appear before CBI once again at 11 a.m. today in the teachers' recruitment scam probe.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
No comment.
Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Hollywood superstar Tom Cruise could hardly contain his excitement about the premiere of his latest film, Top Gun Maverick, in London. The COVID pandemic had delayed the production of the film as well as several premiere dates, but Cruise is happy, he says, that life seems to slowly be getting back to normal. But the highlight of the premiere was the presence of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Prince William and Kate Middleton walked the red carpet and mingled with the cast on stage as fans and media looked on.
Tom Cruise has returned to the role of US naval aviator Pete Maverick Mitchell. The 59-year-old star reprises his role as Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell in highly anticipated sequel to Top Gun. And the premiere of Top Gun Maverick was attended by none other than the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge in London.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege. I'm grateful they're out here supporting the arts. I have a lot of respect for them, their commitment to their country and service. And also, we're both fellow aviators, so we have a lot in common. We both love to fly. We both love England, so we got a lot in common.
Prince William dressed in a tuxedo and Kate Middleton dressed in a long form-fitting black strapless dress with white trimming off the shoulders, walked the red carpet and mingled with the cast on stage as fans and media looked on. Top Gun Maverick stars Tom Cruise and is directed by Joseph Kosinski, with Jerry Bruckheimer producing. The film also stars John Hamm, Jennifer Connelly, Ed Harris, Jay Ellis, Louis Pulvin and Greg Tarzan.
Well, when I saw the first film, I thought that it was probably the coolest movie that I'd ever seen up to that point in my life. And part of what it wasn't about superheroes or space people or aliens or any of that. It was about real people doing extraordinary things, and that was very identifiable. And so to be a part of the second film is an incredible honor.
Some box office prognosticators say that Maverick will have the biggest opening weekend of the Cruise's blockbusting career. But box office numbers don't appear to be on the star's mind. Agency report, Republic TV.
Draws concluded in Paris for the ongoing roller garros, and tennis fans rejoiced as two veterans are about to clash in the quarterfinals of the French Open. Take a look.
It could be a mega clash in the ongoing Roland Garros tournament, where tennis fans would see defending champion Novak Djokovic clash with 13-time Roland Garros winner Rafael Nadal. The most awaited clash would see the players battle it out for the quarterfinals of the French Open.
C'est tous les jours plaisir de retrouver Roland Garros et aussi Paris, qui est une des plus belles villes du monde. Je me sens tous les jours très motivé de jouer mon meilleur tennis. Je pense que Paris, historiquement, j'ai vraiment joué très fort, très concentré, aussi à Paris-Bercy. Donc, en dernière, Paris était parfaitement.
On the possibility of the much anticipated clash, Nadal admitted that he would have preferred a different draw.
He conseguido buenos resultados tantas veces, creo que de alguna manera estás muy familiarizado con lo que es la pista y con la forma de jugar en esta pista, ¿no? Y bueno, lo que tengo que hacer es jugar bien y ponerme a jugar bien y eso es la dificultad. Si eso ocurre, pues es evidente que es un lugar que se me ha dado bien históricamente y que se puede volver a dar bien. Creo que sí. Lo que pasa es que tengo que tener la oportunidad de...
In an unbalanced draw, Carlos Alcaraz and Alexander Zverev are placed in top of the table, which means that either of the veterans could face these young aces in the semi-finals of the French Open. Agency report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all in Morning Express, but coming up in a short while in Live and Breaking, Nitish Kumar to be speaking very shortly and discussing with other JDU leaders widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. It is a big decision, expected soon. And India has sent a strong warning to China over the Pangong soap provocation, saying India is keeping a close watch.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari asked to appear before the CBI once again at 11 a.m. in teachers' recruitment scam case. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar is a big decision expected soon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to the national capital ahead of a possible cabinet recheck. District Court to now hear the Gyan Vapi matter, 8-week deadline given by the Supreme Court. India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong soap provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Republic, tracking the big story coming in right now after Pakistan's Tehreek-e-Insaf chairman and former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan's objectionable comment against Pakistan Muslim League Vice President Maryam Nawaz during his Multan rally. Politicians as well as journalists and even civil society members have criticized Khan for his sexist and misogynist statement. So Imran Khan there facing a lot of flack over his comments. Let's listen into that soundbite.
उसमें उसने इतनी दफा और इस जज्बे से और इस जुनून से मेरा नाम लिया कि मैं उसको ये कहना चाहता हूं, मरियम देखो, थोड़ा ध्यान करो, तुम्हारा खामद ही नाराज ना हो जाए जिस तरह तुम
So there you heard Imran Khan making a very sexist remark. The ousted Pakistan Prime Minister now being called out for his remarks. In fact, he's facing flack not just from the current Prime Minister of Pakistan, but several people across the country. And in fact, Shehbaz Sharif has even said that the whole nation must condemn Imran Khan for his deplorable language. So very sexist and misogynist statement there that has been made by Imran Khan. In fact, let's listen into that soundbite again of ex-Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan.
हम कहीं तकरीर कर रही थी, उसमें उसने इतनी दफा और इस जज्बे से और इस जुनून से मेरा नाम लिया कि मैं उसको ये कहना चाहता हूं, मरियम देखो, थोड़ा ध्यान करो, तुम्हारा खामद ही नाराज ना हो जाए जिस तरह तुम बार-बार
And Shehbaz Sharif, who is the current Prime Minister, has called out Imran Khan over a sexist remark, saying that the entire nation, especially women, should strongly condemn the deplorable language used against daughter Maryam Nawaz Sharif. Your crimes against the country and the nation cannot be hidden by the expression of low humor. What can be expected of the honor and respect of mothers, sisters and daughters from those who do not pass the sanctity and order of Masjid Nabawi? So Shehbaz Sharif also calling out the ex-Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan for his deplorable language. And on to another news break coming in. The Indian Coast Guard ships chased two boats named Prince and Little Jesus off the coast of Lakshadweep and intercepted them with drugs amounting to over 1,500 crore rupees, 1,520 crore rupees to be precise. Operation Khojbeen was launched jointly with the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. So the visuals on your screens as well of the ICG apprehending two boats with drugs amounting to 1,520 crore rupees. Now this was a part of the operation called Khojbeen that was launched jointly by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence and the Indian Coast Guard there chasing the two boats off the coast of Lakshadweep and intercepting them with drugs. Getting you news in brief from across the country, Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated 3 industrial projects worth over 76.97 crore rupees and performed groundbreaking of 10 projects over 1,141 crore rupees. These diversified projects ranging from food processing, tourism, paper packaging, manufacturing and polymers will create potential employment of over 3,390 persons in the state. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and BJP Vice President Dr. Raman Singh has taken a dig at recently concluded Congress Chintan Shivir and targeted Rahul Gandhi by calling him a non-playing captain. Speaking to media persons after the BJP National Office Bearers meeting concluded in Jaipur, he said that Rahul Gandhi neither wants to become a captain nor wants to enter the field. The overall flood situation in Assam was improved slightly, but the situation overall remains grim. In Nagaon, Hojai, Kachar and Darang districts. According to reports, the Assam State Disaster Management Authority said that nearly 7.12 lakh people in 29 districts of the state are reeling under the fury of floods. Over 3.36 lakh people have also been affected alone in Nagaon district and over 1.6 lakh in Kachar district of Assam. Issuing an alert to the National Centre for Disease Control and Indian Council of Medical Research, the central government has asked them to keep a close vigil on the monkeypox situation in wake of rapid spurt of cases abroad and send samples as well of symbiotic travellers to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for further investigation. Union Education and Skill Development Minister Dharmendra Pradhan inaugurated the North-East Research Conclave 2022 at IIT Guwahati and said that the North-Eastern region has immense potential to promote research and innovation. Pradhan said that this conclave will strengthen the linkages between industry, academia and policymakers to further invigorate the research and entrepreneurship ecosystems in the resource-rich North-Eastern region states and the country. And on to more news break coming in, reacting on the second bridge built by China on Pangong. So, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that he won't say much on the latest Indo-China face-off, but added that the way the army has shown courage and worked charismatically, if complete information would be given, every India's chest would swell with pride. So, that's the remark that has been made by Rajnath Singh over the second bridge being built by China on Pangong. So, let's listen in to that soundbite of the Defence Minister.
Indo-China standoff नहीं बोलूंगा ज्यादा। बहनों भाइयों, हमारे देश की सेना के जवानों ने जिस तरीके से जिस शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय दिया है, बस इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा। पूरी जानकारी यदि दे दी जाए तो हर भारतवासी का सीना चौड़ा हो जाएगा, हर भारतवासी का मस्तक ऊंचा हो जाएगा। करिश्मेटिक काम किया है हमारे सेना के जवानों ने, और इतना ही मैं आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि मेरे बहने भाइयों, यह देश पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित है। दुनिया की कोई भी ताकत भारत की ओर आंख उठाकर नहीं देख सकती है, यह भरोसा रखना। भारत की ताकत का एहसास सबको है। भारत अब कमजोर भारत नहीं रहा है, भारत अब दुनिया का ताकतवर देश बन चुका है। हम किसी को छेड़ेंगे नहीं, लेकिन यदि हमें कोई छेड़ेगा तो हम उसे छोड़ेंगे।
Now, as rain continues to batter Assam, the Indian Air Force deployed its Chinook heavy lift helicopters in order to deploy NDRF personnel in the flood-affected areas of Haflong. This comes against the backdrop of the northeastern state that is witnessing continuous heavy downpours and is flooding, and the flooding that has also led to landslides in several parts over the last few days. In fact, numerous videos of the gigantic landslides as well as waterlogging has been surfacing on the internet, showing the state's infrastructure like bridges, roads, as well as railway tracks that have been heavily damaged.
We are now in Kanpur area of Nagaon district, and as you can see, we are right now riding on a country boat where people who are stranded in their houses inside the villages are trying to move away to places of safety. You can see everywhere it's only water. The water level here approximately is more than 7 to 8 meters. This area where we are sailing through happened to be a paddy field, but the floodwaters of Kapili and the Kalong River have inundated a vast area across, affecting a population of more than 20,000 alone in Kanpur circle of Nagaon district. पानी कब से बढ़ रहा है यहाँ पर?
हिंदी तो कब নোৱাৰো।
পানী কেতিয়াৰ পৰা বাঢ়ি আছে ইয়াত?
আজি বাঢ়ি আছে এক সপ্তাহ হৈছে।
এক সপ্তাহ হৈছে। আপোনাৰ ঘৰতো পানী সোমাইছে নেকি?
মোৰ ঘৰৰ চালৰ ওপৰত দি পানী।
চালৰ ওপৰত দি পানী হৈছে। কিমান দিন হ'ল?
আজি মোৰ ঘৰত উঠা আজি 3-4 দিন 5 দিন হৈছে।
এটা বস্তুবিলাক ক'ত ৰাখিছে?
বস্তুবিলাক তো পানীৰ তলতে আছে। উঠাব পৰা নাই
মানুহ চানুহ ক'ত আছে
মানুহ কিছুমান নিছো দলঙত কিছুমান মানে নগাঁও পঠিয়াইছো তেনেকৈ আছে
ৰিলিফ চিলিফ আহিছে নে
নাই একো অহা নাই কোনো অহা নাই ৰিলিফ
পোৱা নাই এতিয়ালৈকে
নাই পোৱা এইটো ৰিলিফ পোৱা নাই
So as you can hear, the people have been complaining about relief materials not being delivered to them, and as their houses have been completely submerged in the water, some of them are living on the railway tracks, some of them are living on the bridges, as well as to nearby places which are not affected by the floods, where if they have relatives over there, then they are moving to places of safety. You can see still there are many boats plying on the waters. These are all people who are either moving to safety or trying to get back to their homes to see if they can bring out anything that they had left behind. These pictures of devastation that you were seeing are from Kampur area of Nagaon district. So far, 26 districts of the state have been inundated by the flood waters. Nagaon, Hojai as well as Barak Valley being the worst this season. With video journalist Ashok, I am Aniruddha Bhakat and this is Republic Media Network.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was the fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने जिस तारीख के औराक में वहाँ के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है वो मस्जिद थी मस्जिद है और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा
Now, onto a quick EBIX cash alert. Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to host the entire Indian contingent of the recently held Deaflympics 2021 at his residence in the national capital. Remember, India recorded its best performance at the Deaflympics by winning 16 medals, including 8 golds. So, Prime Minister there is scheduled to host the entire Indian contingent today at 9:30 a.m. We are told of this Deaflympics that was held. Remember, India won 16 medals, including 8 golds in the Deaflympics games. So, Prime Minister there, who is scheduled to hold the entire Indian contingent of the recently held Deaflympics 2021 at his residence. India, of course, recorded its best performance at Deaflympics by winning 16 medals overall, which includes 8 golds in this Deaflympics championship. Onto a quick roundup from the world of sports. Professional tennis players will not receive WTA ranking points at this year's Wimbledon Championship following the decision to ban Russian and Belarusian competitors from the tournament. Players from the two countries have been banned by the All England Lawn Tennis Club from all UK grassroots events after Russia's military invasion of Ukraine. Asian Football Confederation President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim pledged Asia's support for Gianni Infantino's re-election bid as FIFA president while confirming that he will seek a third term at the helm of the AFC. Infantino will be standing for a third stint in charge of Saucer's global governing body, having defeated Sheikh Salman. Casper Ruud will defend his Geneva Open title against unseeded João Sousa after both had straight sets wins in the semi-finals on Friday. World number 8 Ruud beat Relly Opelka 7-5 to lift his career record to 4-0 against the big serving American, who is ranked 80. The 69th match of the Tata IPL 2022 will see Mumbai Indians facing off against Delhi Capitals on 21st of May today at the Wankhede Stadium. Mumbai, remembered, is currently placed at the bottom of the points table of the season of the Tata IPL, whereas Delhi currently placed at the 5th spot on the points table. A blistering half-century by youngster Yashasvi Jaiswal and a quick-fire 40 by R. Ashwin guided Rajasthan Royals to a 5-wicket win against Chennai Super Kings in their IPL 2022 match at the Wankhede Stadium. With this victory, Rajasthan pushed Lucknow to the 3rd spot in the playoffs. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu stormed into the semi-finals of the Thailand Open 2022 by beating Japan's Akane Yamaguchi in the quarter-finals of the event. Sindhu dominated the first game. However, the Japanese bounced back in the second set, but Sindhu had the last laugh, winning the final game. A very short break, lots lined up for you. On the other side, the live visuals coming in of Biden on South Korea visit. And row after Delhi professor arrested over a controversial Twitter post. And Karnataka Chief Minister in the national capital over possible cabinet recheck.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening. Our hashtag tonight is integrate, don't segregate. And if you read between the lines of what the Honorable Supreme Court has said today, that is the message. Integrate, don't segregate. The message is of coexistence. And that is exactly what we at Republic have been saying. Let's not make an issue when none exists, none should. Let's learn to coexist. Fact is, nobody really doubts that a temple was destroyed. There is enough historical fact about it. But the fact also is that there have been prayers, and allowing prayers to the Hindu devotees on a defined place does not put the existence of the mosque into question at all. And that is why the whole controversy over the 1991 Act is unnecessary. Now, viewers, in the course of my debate tonight, I shall tell you why all these issues have more or less been settled by the Supreme Court today. And it is now for us, for you and me, for us all,
he had a smile on his face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Railway Protection Force Constable Lakshmi Kumari and others saved life of a passenger who slipped and fell down while boarding a running train to Guwahati. In fact, those are the visuals as well, where you can see how the constable is running. In fact, the Railway Protection Force constable who's running to save the life of the passenger who was trying to board a running train there. So that's the RPF constable saving the life of a passenger while he was trying to catch the moving train. This particular incident coming to light from Guwahati, where an RPF constable saved the life of a passenger while the passenger was trying to board a moving train. And that's the Railway Protection Force constable, the incident coming to light from Guwahati, where a passenger's life was saved just in time as the passenger was trying to board a moving train. This particular incident happened in Guwahati, and the constable there saving the passenger who slipped while trying to board the train. We will go across to get more information on this, but those are the visuals that are also coming in from Guwahati, where the RPF constable saved the life of a passenger who was trying to board a moving train. And Aniruddha also joining us on the phone line to give us some more information. Aniruddha, if you could give us more information as to when did this incident really happen, when a passenger's life was saved just in time by the RPF constable. Aniruddha, if you could give us more information about this particular incident which happened in Guwahati while a passenger was trying to board a moving train.
Yes, the incident happened when the running train LTT Guwahati 15645 was leaving from the platform, and at that very time a passenger who was in a hurry tried to board the train and he slipped from the platform, and but due to the alertness of the RPF personnel who was RPF constable Lakshmi Kumari and a few of other people who were also present on the platform immediately rushed and miraculously rescued the passenger who slipped inside and fell on the track.
Okay. Anirudh, thanks for giving us all those information. So the visuals on your screens as well of the passenger's life that was saved by the RPF constable. Now more newsbreak coming in. Huge cache of drugs that was caught off Lakshadweep coast. The Coast Guard seized heroin worth 218 kgs of heroin in a joint operation with the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence of the Lakshadweep coast. Now, two boats that were called Prince and Little Jesus were caught carrying narcotics worth over 1,526 crore rupees. That was intercepted by officers of the Indian Coast Guard as well as the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. So that was the seizure, mega seizure by in a joint operation that was carried out by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence as well as the Indian Coast Guard on 18th of May, and this happened off the coast of Lakshadweep Islands. The operation was meticulously planned and executed by the officials and entailed extensive surveillance in the rough seas over a period of several days. Remember, this is the fourth major drug seizure by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence in past 1 month. We have Ashwin also joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, a huge cache of heroin there that was seized. Give us more information.
The operation was done by jointly by the Indian Coast Guard along with the DRI, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, and they were in fact tracking based on an input that was provided to them. So for the 4-5 days, this team was in the high seas trying to find out where the contraband was being transferred. And on 18th of May, this was intercepted. Two ships which had people from Tamil Nadu and Kerala were intercepted on 18th May in the high coast of the sea near to the Lakshadweep coast, and 1,526 crore worth rupees heroin has been seized from these two boats. All the people were taken to the Kochi base where the interception was done, and all the acts were also imposed upon them. Now this is a big news because for a long time Lakshadweep has been stated as an international route for trafficking of high-grade heroin and cocaine. Remember, in the last month alone, the total number of drug seizure done by the 2,800 crores. And the biggest drug haul, apart from Mundra, has also been in the high coast of the Arabian Sea in Lakshadweep, where Sri Lankan vessels were seized last time in just less than a year ago. So an important seizure. It also signifies that there is an international drug trafficking that is happening in the coast of Arabian Sea.
Well, absolutely, Ashwin, that's a developing story. We'll keep coming back to you. But remember, viewers, this is the fourth major drug seizure by the DRI in the past 1 month. So you can see the visuals also that we just played out of the heroin that has also been seized. 218 kgs of heroin amounting to over 1,500 crore rupees that has been seized in a joint operation by the Indian Coast Guard as well as the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. And slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. District Court to now hear the Gyanvapi matter, 8-week deadline given by the Supreme Court. And India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation says India is keeping a close watch.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer-school.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved.
Top headlines at 9:30. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Parekh Adhikari asked to appear before the CBI once again at 11 a.m. in teachers' recruitment scam probe. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar is a big decision expected soon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to Delhi ahead of a possible cabinet reject. District Court to now hear the Gyanvapi matter, 8 weeks deadline given by the Supreme Court. India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. Now getting in breaking news, viewers, a special PMLA court has taken cognizance of ED's charge sheet against Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik and said that there is a prima facie evidence to indicate that Nawab Malik was directly and knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy as well with others to usurp Gowala compound in Kurla. So that's the special PMLA court that has taken cognizance of the ED's charge sheet against Nawab Malik, saying that there is a prima facie evidence to indicate that Nawab Malik was knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy with others to usurp the Gowala compound in Kurla. So trouble there only mounting for Nawab Malik, and the special PMLA court taking cognizance of the charge sheet submitted by the Enforcement Directorate. So is saying that there is enough ample evidence to indicate that Nawab Malik was directly and knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy with others to usurp a compound building in Kurla. We will go across to our reporters also to give us more information, but the special PMLA court there saying that there is ample evidence of with regards to the charge sheet that has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate, which says that Nawab Malik was directly and knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy with others to usurp the Gowala compound in Kurla. We have Shravan also joining us for more information. Shravan, over to you. What more can you tell us? Shravan, if you can hear us, if you could give us more information of the special PMLA court taking cognizance of the ED charge sheet against Nawab Malik.
Well, the charge sheet was already filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Only the cognizance has finally been taken by the court in Mumbai. Remember, this is over 1,000-page charge sheet that has already been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, in which Nawab Malik has been named. It has also detailed out the properties that were actually attached by the Enforcement Directorate in this case. Also, remember, there have been multiple arrests that have taken place in which they are basically alleging the proximity to the D gang and also the details that are basically emerging as to how underworld money was actually diverted to buy properties in Mumbai and other parts.
Well, absolutely. Shravan, thanks for giving us all the information. Well, if you could give us more information, Shravan, as to, Nawab Malik has been time and again under the radar of several central agencies. So the trouble there only mounting for Nawab Malik. If you could give us more information on the cases for which he's being scanned by several agencies. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Shravan, but that's the latest what we are learning, that the special PMLA court having taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet against Nawab Malik and saying that there is ample evidence to indicate that Nawab Malik was directly and knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy with others to usurp the Gowala compound in Kurla. So that is what the court has said. A special court having taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet. Now, remember, the court has issued process against him and 1993 bomb blast case accused as well, who is also named in this particular case that we are talking about here. What we are also told is that the PMLA court has said that hence the property usurped by Malik in connivance with Parker, the late sister of gangster Dawood Ibrahim and others, was proceeds of crime under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So that's the latest what we are learning. The PMLA court taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet and saying that Malik was involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy along with others to usurp a Kurla compound. We have Alisha also to give us more information. Alisha, what more can you tell us with respect to the special PMLA court that has taken cognizance of the ED charge sheet against Nawab Malik?
Well, importantly, Enforcement Directorate, which has already submitted the charge sheet against Nawab Malik and other accused in money laundering case, Now, a special PMLA code that has to cognizance of the feature. So now the charge sheet copy will be given to the other accused, and we have to wait and what exactly has been mentioned in the charge sheet, because the prima facie evidence to indicate that he was directly and knowingly involved in money laundering and criminal conspiracy with other two Goa compounding Kurla. Even though that some days back where ED has already conducted searches while Nawab Malik was arrested, and by then he also put in a bail application which was rejected by the Sessions Court. But importantly, now the court has taken the cognizance of the charges. Now the copy will be given to the accused lawyer as well. They will look up what exactly charges and whose statement has been recorded. Because importantly, moreover, it's a basis of 5,000 pages charges being submitted by the Enforcement Directorate, and many statements has also been recorded.
Alicia, if you could give us more details as to how this, impacts Nawab Malik's possible links with the D gang as well.
Talking about the Goa compound, which is linked to the Hasina Parkar, it has been said that compound being buyed from Nawab Malik, one of his relatives. That has came into the light. The Enforcement Directors had some of the documents which directly has the link of Nawab Malik in it, because Nawab Malik, who is an NCP leader as well. So with his influential, he brought that land through his relative, and that has came into the light before the Enforcement Directorate. And that's the reason after 11 Nawab Malik was placed under arrest. He was produced before the court, and ED has revealed many of the revelations, stating that he is being connected to the D company gang. So this was the reason where the Nawab Malik was arrested. But now we have to see what has been mentioned in the charge sheet, because it would be very important to know what evidences that ED has been put up in the charge sheet, who are the statements that has been recorded, because this is a charge sheet that is against Nawab Malik. So charges will be very important.
Absolutely. Well, Alicia, thanks for bringing us all the latest information. So that was Alicia bringing us up to speed as to the probe into the D gang crackdown and Nawab Malik's role also now coming to light. Now, the Supreme Court has ordered the transfer of the Gyanvapi Mosque case to the district judge in Varanasi. While hearing the Muslim committee's plea against the Varanasi court order, which directed a videography survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque complex close to the famous Kashi Vishwanath temple, the top court has said that a senior and experienced judicial officer of the UP Judicial Services will be hearing the matter now. But at the same time, the court also directed district magistrate to make appropriate arrangements for wazu at the masjid. In fact, we have some reactions as well coming in. Let's listen in.
इस बाबत मुलाकात कुछ मालूम नहीं, कुछ पता नहीं। अरे उनसे मेरी बात हुई थी, आप कुछ बताएं तो अच्छा रहेगा। नहीं मालूम, कुछ बताएंगे? तो जैसा आप देख रहे हैं सलोनी कोई बात करने को तैयार नहीं, लेकिन सबसे पहले हमने ये खबर ब्रेक की और सबसे पहले हमने दर्शकों को बताया कि आज ए सतीश गणेश जो कि पुलिस आयुक्त हैं वाराणसी के, उनसे अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी के लोग मिलने वाले हैं। और अभी जो दो लोग आपने देखे जाते हैं वक्फ बोर्ड के मेंबरान हैं जो मिलने पहुंचे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी खबर यह है कि ये मुलाकात इसलिए हो रही, जो सूत्रों के हवाले से हमें खबर मिली है, ये मुलाकात इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि वो चाहते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था जो नमाजी हैं उनकी संख्या तय न हो, तो उसकी सिक्योरिटी के मसले को लेकर यह मुलाकात मुमकिन है। साथ ही साथ जो अंजुमन इंतजामिया के लोग हैं वो ये चाहते हैं कि पुलिस अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा मुहैया कराए, क्योंकि कल जब जुमे की नमाज अता की जा रही थी तो विवाद हुआ, बहस हुई, आपस में वहां पर नोकझोंक हुई, जिससे बचने की पुरजोर कोशिश में लोग लगे हुए हैं। और तस्वीरें सबसे पहले हम रिपब्लिक भारत पर अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। सबसे पहले हम यहां पहुंचे और हमने बताया लोगों को कि देखिए किस तरह से अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी के लोग मुलाकात करने वाले हैं, सुरक्षा को लेकर बात होगी और भी कई बड़े मसले हैं। जैसे जैसे खबर साफ होती रहेगी हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते रहेंगे, लेकिन की बड़ी खबर, ब्रेकिंग न्यूज सुबह सुबह शनिवार की यही है कि अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी के जो लोग हैं वो ए सतीश गणेश जो कि पुलिस आयुक्त है वाराणसी के, उनसे मिलने के लिए पहुंचे हैं सलोनी।
So that's the breaking news coming in. The Anjuman Intizamiya committee that has reached to meet the police commissioner.
और कल बार बार अपील भी कमेटी की तरफ से की जा रही थी कि सिर्फ सीमित जो क्षमता है उस मस्जिद की उतने ही लोग अंदर जाकर नमाज अदा करें और बाकी लोग उनकी नमाज छूट जाएगी किसी और मस्जिद का रुख करें। तो ये तमाम चीजें हैं जिसको और व्यवस्थित करना चाहती है कमेटी, ऐसा माने अमित?
बिल्कुल सलोनी, देखिए दो चीजें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। पहली तो ये कि अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी ये चाहती है कि एक पैसेज मिले, एक रास्ता बनाया जाए जो सुरक्षित हो, जिसके जरिए नमाजी जा सकें। साथ ही साथ ये भी वहां पे कोशिश है कि पुलिस जो बल है सुरक्षा ज्यादा बढ़ाई जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि विवाद का खतरा हर वक्त रहता है क्योंकि काशी विश्वनाथ बाबा के दर्शन के लिए भी हिंदू श्रद्धालु पहुंचते हैं और उनके साथ साथ गेट नंबर जो 4 है वहीं से रास्ता जाता है ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के लिए। तो किसी तरह का विवाद ना हो, किसी तरह की दिक्कत पेश ना आए। लेकिन सलोनी बड़ी खबर यह भी है कि एक और बड़ा मसला है जिस पर अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी और वक्फ बोर्ड के लोग आज ए सतीश गणेश जो कि पुलिस कमिश्नर हैं वाराणसी के, उनसे मिलने आए हैं। कहा यह भी जा रहा है कि कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद वो बेहतर तरीके से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था तो ज्ञानवापी की चाहते ही हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने विरोध यह भी जताया है जिस तरह से रिपोर्ट लीक हुई, चाहे वो विशाल सिंह की रिपोर्ट रही हो, चाहे अजय मिश्रा की रिपोर्ट रही हो, उससे लेकर भी अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी नाराज है। और उन्होंने कहा वो चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों पर सख्त कार्रवाई पुलिस करे जो तस्वीरें लीक कर रहे हैं, वीडियो लीक कर रहे हैं और रिपोर्ट से जुड़ी जो तमाम जानकारियां लीक कर रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ वो कार्रवाई की मांग भी कर रहे हैं। हालांकि हमने बहुत कोशिश की वक्फ बोर्ड और अंजुमन इंतजामिया से बात करने की, जैसा कि आपने तस्वीरों में देखा होगा, लेकिन उन्होंने मना कर दिया। उन्होंने कहा हम बात नहीं करना चाहते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं जो अंजुमन इंतजामिया के लोग हैं, वक्फ बोर्ड के लोग हैं सलूनी, उनमें नाराजगी भी दिखाई दे रही है। मीडिया के साथ भी बहुत बेरुखी से पेश आते हैं ये जब हम इनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। और आज सुबह जब ये खबर हमने ब्रेक की सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत पर कि अंजुमन इंतजामिया के लोग पुलिस कमिश्नर से मिलने आए हैं, हम पहुंचे पुलिस कमिश्नर ए सतीश गणेश के पास। हमने उनसे बात करने की कोशिश की, हमने उनसे बार बार पूछा कि सर ये मुलाकात किस बाबत है, क्यों मिलना चाहते हैं, क्या दिक्कतें हैं। उन्होंने बात करने से मना कर दिया, मुलाकात करने से मना कर दिया, क्योंकि मामला देखिए सलोनी बहुत संवेदनशील है, बहुत सेंसिटिव मसला है। इसलिए पुलिस प्रशासन नहीं चाहता कि कोई ऐसी बात बाहर जाए पब्लिक डोमेन में जिससे तनाव बढ़ जाए, माहौल खराब हो जाए। लेकिन बड़ी खबर यह है कि अंजुमन इंतजामिया विशेष सुरक्षा की मांग करने को लेकर यहां पर पहुंची है पुलिस कमिश्नर के आवास पर।
ऐसा जुड़े रहिएगा। इस बीच एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है ज्ञानवापी मामले से। इधर एक बड़ी खबर बता दें दर्शकों को, बड़ा अपडेट, जहां लक्षद्वीप में ड्रग्स का जखीरा
सहमत हूं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कि ये मामला पेचीदी भरा है और इन पेचीदगियों को समझने के लिए एक वरिष्ठ और अनुभवी जज की आवश्यकता थी। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि सिविल जज नहीं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के पास में, और ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज जो अनुभवी भी है, सीनियर भी है, ये मुकदमा जाएगा। हम इससे सहमत हैं। हम लोग इस बात का धैर्य रखते हैं कि कोर्ट जांच करे। हमें तो विश्वास है कि वो शिवलिंग है और क्योंकि नंदी उनको देख रहे हैं इसलिए वह मूल मंदिर का मूल ज्योतिर्लिंग है। 12 ज्योतिर्लिंगों में से एक जो मुगलों के आक्रमण के समय मंदिर ध्वस्त करने के बाद में वजू खाने के नीचे लोप हो गया था, वही है। हम इसको प्रमाणित कर सकेंगे कोर्ट में।
माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। जो निर्णय दिया है माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने बहुत ही अच्छा दिया है और उन्होंने जो वाराणसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट को ही जिम्मे वो कर दिया है। तो अब माननीय जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट सिविल उसको देखेंगे। असुद्दीन ओवैसी एक तो औरंगजेब की भाषा बोल रहे हैं, असुद्दीन ओवैसी जिन्ना की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और बार बार वो कभी कहते हैं कि हम एक मस्जिद को शहीद हो लिए, दोबारा नहीं होने देंगे। तो हम उनसे कहना चाहते हैं, हमने कई मंदिर औरंगजेब से तोड़वा लिए, अब उससे न्याय की लड़ाई ये हो रही है। और जो ये देश बनाम विदेशी आक्रांताओं से की विचारधारा की लड़ाई चल रही है, उसमें अगुवाई औरंगजेब की तरफ से हमें लगता है यही कर रहा है। औरंगजेब तो है नहीं, तो ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। तो वो कह रहे हैं कि मस्जिद तो हमने खो दिया, आप नहीं खोएंगे। तो हम भी कहना चाहते हैं कि देश की बंटवारा हमने तो सह लिया, अब नहीं बंटवारा होने देंगे देश का। और आप अपनी विचारधारा अपने पास रखिए, ना आपको मुसलमान साथ देने वाले हैं।
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past, Monojit. Let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that, oh, how can Muslims worship where there is a temple? When you gave the suggestion that, well, why don't we open up that place for, Hindus to worship? And Mufti Saab said, oh, how can Muslims worship? You see, the Hindu can worship in a place where there is clearly a mosque over it, but a Muslim cannot.
That place could be made a Sarv Dharma Sthal. Let the court decide about the shivling and other symbols of temple. A panel of international historians and Indian historians should be made so that authentic truth about the history should come out.
News in brief, issuing an alert to the National Centre for Disease Control and Indian Council of Medical Research. The central government has asked them to keep a close watch, Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated 3 industrial projects worth 76.97 crore and also performed groundbreaking of 10 projects over 1,141 crore rupees. These diversified projects ranging from food processing, tourism, paper packaging, manufacturing and plastic sectors will create potential employment for over 3,390 persons. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and BJP Vice President Dr. Raman Singh has taken a dig at the recently concluded Congress Chintan Shivir and targeted Rahul Gandhi by calling him a new playing captain. Speaking to media persons after the BJP National Office Bearers meet concluded in Jaipur, he said that Rahul Gandhi neither wants to become a captain nor wants to enter the field. The overall flood situation in Assam was improved slightly, but the situation overall remains grim in Nagaon, Hujai, Kachar and Darung districts. According to the reports of the Assam State Disaster Management Authority, nearly 7.12 lakh people in 29 districts of the state are reeling under the fury of floods, and over 3 lakh people have been affected alone in Nagaon district. Issuing an alert to the National Centre for Disease Control and Indian Council of Medical Research, the central government has asked them to keep a close watch on the monkeypox situation in wake of a rapid spurt of cases abroad and send samples of symptomatic travellers to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for further probe. Union Education and Skill Development Minister Dharmendra Pradhan inaugurated the North-East Research Conclave 2022 Guwahati and said that the North-Eastern region has immense potential to promote research and innovation. Pradhan said that this conclave would strengthen the linkages between industry, academia and policymakers to further invigorate the research and entrepreneurship ecosystems in the country. Slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. We have a lot lined up for you on the other side. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress says freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Parik Adhikari are asked to appear before the CBI at 11 a.m. in the teachers' recruitment scam probe.
not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines.
Now, getting in breaking news, this one following from UP after the decision of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to take down the loudspeakers from religious places and hand them over to schools. The Gorakhnath temple has handed over 2 loudspeakers to the district administration. The loudspeakers have been handed over to schools by the district administration, and that's the update coming in. The statement by the UP CMO. So this is the latest what we are learning. The Gorakhnath temple that has handed over 2 loudspeakers. Remember, the temple is located in Chief Minister's home turf and is part of, in fact, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is the head priest of the Gorakhnath temple. So the latest what we are learning is that the directive that has been given by the Yogi government, that the loudspeakers have been handed over to the district administration. The loudspeakers have been handed over to schools now by the district administration in UP. So that's the latest that is coming in. We have BJP's Anila Singh also joining us. Ma'am, your first reaction. We know that Gorakhnath is, of course, the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is the head priest of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's leading from the front. And, you know, when it comes to the illegal loudspeakers, Yogi government, they're acting tough. Well, ma'am, if you can hear, yes, please go ahead.
Now, you have to ask your question again.
Ma'am, I wanted to get your reaction on the illegal loudspeakers. When we talk about the crackdown on illegal loudspeakers in UP, we have Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's ordered that the loudspeakers in the Gorakhnath temple be handed over to the district administration, and now they've been handed over to schools, we are told. So the point we are trying to make here is that the Yogi government, they're leading from the front when it comes to crackdown on illegal loudspeakers. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with BJP's Anila Singh, but the latest viewers, what we are told is that the decision that has been taken by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to take down the loudspeakers from religious places and hand them over to schools. The Gorakhnath temple has now handed over 2 loudspeakers to the district administration. The loudspeakers have now been handed over to schools by the district administration. Anila Singh, if you can hear us, your first... Well, we seem to have lost that connection with BJP's Anila Singh, but the Yogi government there are cracking down on the illegal loudspeakers across the state, and the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath there leading from his home turf where he's ordered the removal of loudspeakers from the Gorakhnath temple. The loudspeakers that have now been handed over to the district administration that has in turn handed the loudspeakers to the schools. So that's the latest. Well, we have BJP's Anila Singh back with us. Ma'am, if you can hear us now, your first response to the loudspeakers that have been handed over to the schools when we talk about the Gorakhnath temple.
Yogi Adityanath ji has set the precedent, and I really hope that others should follow it as well. Because if we talk about God, like God doesn't need any loudspeaker to convey the blessings or the sermons which are being recited by the respective priests of their religion. So it is a very well thought action on the behalf of Yogi Adityanath ji, and we should stop this useless fight that we need loudspeakers for azan or we need loudspeakers for bhajan kirtan. I think this is more of a health issue, and loudspeakers should not become a troublesome equipment in society. So I think Yogi Adityanath ji has really set an example, and others should follow it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts on the same.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में, और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral, in a closed room in this massive stadium.
A roundup from the world of sports. Professional tennis players will not receive WTA ranking points at this year's Wimbledon Championship following the decision to ban Russia and Belarusian competitors from the tournament. Players from the two countries have been banned by the All England Lawn Tennis Club from all UK grass courts events after Russia's military invasion of Ukraine. Asian Football Confederation President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim pledged Asia's support for Gianni Infantino's re-election bid as FIFA president, while confirming that he will seek a third term at the helm of the AFC. And Infantino, who will be standing for the third stint in charge of SOS's global governing body, having defeated Sheikh Salman. Casper Ruud will defend his Geneva Open title against unseeded João Sousa after both had straight set wins in the semi-finals on Friday. World number 8 Ruud beat Reilly Opelka to lift his career record to 4-0 against the big serving American, who's ranked 18. The 69th match of the Tata IPL 2022 will see Mumbai Indians facing off against Delhi Capitals on 21st of May at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Remember, Mumbai is currently placed at the bottom of the points table of this season of the Tata IPL, whereas Delhi are currently placed at the 5th spot on the points table. A blistering half-century by youngster Yashasvi Jaiswal and a quick 540 by R. Ashwin guided Rajasthan Royals to a 5-wicket win against Chennai Super Kings in their IPL 2022 match at the Wankhede Stadium. With this victory, Rajasthan pushed Lucknow to the 3rd spot in the playoffs.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical exam. and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है उसको कोई बोलने नहीं चाहता कि तुम जाओ वहां जहां घूमो ही घूमो, पर कांग्रेस पे इंतजार करते हैं कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम कहें। वही कांग्रेस में कमी।
Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest the arrest. Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Paresh Adhikari asked to appear before CBI once again at 11 a.m. in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Huge cache of drugs caught off Lakshadweep coast as ICG intercepts 2 boats in a mid-sea drug bust. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. Is a big decision expected soon? Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to Delhi ahead of possible cabinet rejig. India sends strong warning to China over Pangong Tso provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. And in live and breaking, we begin with breaking news coming in. Delhi police has said it has denied permission to students. We're talking here about the Delhi University professor who has been arrested over derogatory posts on Shivling. Students are protesting the arrest and the Congress is rallying freedom of speech defense. Delhi police has said that it has denied permission to students to hold protest at the arts faculty. Associate Professor of Delhi University's Hindu College Ratan Lal was arrested last night for his objectionable social media post.
देखिए मामला ये है कि एक झूठा मुकदमा उनके खिलाफ दर्ज किया गया और मैं ये एफआईआर पढ़ रहा हूँ, तो इसमें कोई भी ऐसी बात नहीं लिखी है जो कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस है। इनके कंप्लेंट में ही कोई कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस बनता ही नहीं है। उसके बावजूद भी अगर इस झूठी कंप्लेंट को सच्चा भी मान लिया जाए तो जो धाराएं लगी हैं 153A और 295A, वो ऐसी धाराएं हैं जिसमें अरेस्ट किया ही नहीं जा सकता। पुलिस को ताकत ही नहीं है और ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट की अरनेश कुमार जजमेंट का कंटेम्प्ट है कि अगर कोई पुलिस अधिकारी ऐसे किसी मुकदमे में अरेस्ट करता है जिसमें 7 साल से कम सजा है तो वो अरनेश कुमार की जजमेंट यानी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कंटेम्प्ट है।
Ananya joining us with the latest. Ananya, what's happening right now? We're talking here about the Delhi University professor arrest case where students are protesting. The Delhi police too moving into the fray, saying that permission to protest has been denied to students in the arts faculty. What more can you tell us?
Well, yes, as we spoke to the Deputy Commissioner of Police North, it has been clearly stated that no permission has been granted to conduct this protest. Remember that the protest had to start at around 11 a.m. and you can see right behind me is the Delhi Police's force which is being briefed with regards to this protest. Briefings are going on because every time a protest is there, whether a permission is granted or not granted, the Delhi Police is always on their toes. They are always asked to maintain the law and order situation here. And now coming to the factual aspects of this case, clearly he was arrested last night by the cyber cell unit of the North District of the Delhi Police. for promoting enmity between two groups, that is 153A of the Indian Penal Code and some other charges under the Indian Penal Code. And remember that his lawyer Mahmood Paracha is clearly saying that it is a violation of the Arnesh Kumar judgment, which is a case law, which is a precedent case law with regards to arrests under the sections of the Indian Penal Code. However, a protest has been organized by the All India Students Association, that is ISA, at around 11 a.m. here. We would see the students coming out protesting against the arrest of Mr. Ratan Lal, who is associate professor at the Delhi University, and we are standing currently at the arts faculty. If I'll ask my camera person Anil to show you around, this is the area, this is the arts faculty where this whole protest is to take place at around 11 a.m. The Delhi police is already on its toes. The Delhi police officials who are on the spot are being briefed in order to maintain the law and order situation here. We might also see additional force coming in with regards to after we see the quantum of crowd that comes in. We might also see the rapid action force coming in case of any untoward incident happens, but the Delhi police's general units are currently here in order to control the crowd that would be coming out. But what is very, very consistent to notice that what had happened is that Mr. Lal had tweeted about the Gyanvapi mosque. He had made some objectionable statement over the discovery of the shivling at the Gyanvapi mosque site. So after which Delhi-based lawyer Mr. Vineet Jindal had filed a complaint with regards to this. He had written to the Delhi Police Commissioner to register an FIR in this regard, and later on a FIR was lodged, and yesterday night the cyber cell unit of the North District of the Delhi Police had arrested Mr. Ratan Lal. However, his lawyers are protesting, and the students also would be coming out to protest. We'll have to wait and watch how things pan out and what would the court say when Mr. Lal is produced before it. Rukma.
Well, Ananya, keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us with those details. And at the time when inclement weather conditions have halted relief and rescue operations at Khuni Nala area of Ramban forests, on the other hand, fire has engulfed a major chunk of the forest area, with gusty winds making the blaze more dangerous. Here's more in this report filed by my colleague Gursimran Singh.
Despite heavy rains and inclement weather conditions in the Ramban district of Jammu, forest fire has engulfed an entire stretch of the Ramban forest. This is on way from Ramsu to Chandrakot, that the entire area has been gutted in fire. I'll request Sajivan to show you the visuals that how this wild forest fire has engulfed the entire area. This is not for the first time that it is happening, but at a time when it's raining, the inclement weather conditions have made the rescue operations in the Khuni Nala area, where 9 people are trapped, almost impossible. Here the forest fire is engulfing the entire stretch of this forest, and it is growing like anything. Even the attempts from the forest department, they are coming to a van. They have no success, and it seems that the entire range, this forest range of Ramban, is burning. This green gold is now getting turned into ashes. Attempts from the administration are getting failed, as administration is fighting a two-front challenge. First is to fight the landslides that are taking place due to heavy rainfall and inclement weather conditions, while on the other hand, the situation is such that the forest fire has engulfed the entire range of the forest in the Ramban, and efforts are being made to douse this fire, which is now affecting the habitat. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Another big breaking news coming in. The prosecutor has withdrawn the case against Mehul Choksi's entry. The case was regarding his illegal entry into the island nation, which the Indian fugitive had contested, saying he was abducted from Antigua and Barbuda and taken to Dominica. So Mehul Choksi here, the prosecutor in Dominica. Shravan, it's over to you to fill us in on all this on this latest development in the Mehul Choksi case.
Well, in fact, the order in the Dominica court has already been passed, which has been accessed by Republic TV, in which they make a mention that the prosecutor in this case has already withdrawn, which would essentially mean that as far as the big contention that whether at all Mehul Choksi was abducted and whether he was illegally taken into Dominica, that basically stands today. That's what the legal team of Mehul Choksi is also telling us, that the latest order essentially indicating that the initial contention that this was a case where he was abducted and he was taken illegally into Dominica stands before the court in Dominica, which is certainly a big boost for Mehul Choksi. It remains to be seen how exactly this is going to be contended by the Indian agencies also, and whether at all there's going to be an effort that is going to be made by the Indian agencies in Antigua, where there is a pending case at this point in time. Of course, this is going to work in favor of Mehul Choksi when the matter also comes up in Antigua, and only after the court makes a final decision on the next course for Mehul Choksi, one would have a better idea of how things basically pan out for the Indian agencies too.
Well, the prosecutor of Dominica having withdrawn the case against a fugitive, when we talk about all the many cases that are against him right now, how does this development influence those cases? Does it influence those cases at all, the cases that he is facing, the charges he is facing in India?
So this matter particularly is just restricted to what happens in Antigua, does not have a direct bearing on the cases here in India. As far as the Indian agencies go, remember they've already made a representation, and in all likelihood, if given an opportunity in the Antigua court, the Indian agencies would once again like to impress upon the court that he faces criminal charges here in India. One of bank fraud and second of criminal conspiracy also. Now that's the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate. But remains to be seen whether at all that opportunity would be given to the Indian agencies when the case comes up in Antigua, because remember, unless there is a final conclusion that is basically made by the Antiguan courts, the Antiguan government will also not be taking any decision on the extradition of Mehul Choksi, because remember he's taken up a citizenship there that was a citizenship by investment. So unless the court in Antigua takes a final call, it is very unlikely that the Indian agencies would be given the opportunity to even put across their case before the Antiguan courts. And this is certainly going to have a negative impact, given at least on the ground, that the Antiguan government will not be taking any decision on whether to send back Mehul Choksi to India for further legal recourse.
Right, Shravan. Many thanks for clarifying that issue as far as Mehul Choksi is concerned. The prosecutor has withdrawn the case against an earlier case registered against him of illegal entry into the island nation. Many thanks, Shravan. It's time now for a short break.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding the card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck in this entire stretch.
Welcome back. In other news, the Supreme Court has ordered the transfer of the Gyan Vapi Mosque case to the district judge in Varanasi while hearing Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Committee's plea against the Varanasi court order, which has directed a videography survey of the Gyan Vapi Mosque complex close to the famous Kashi Vishwanath temple. The top court has said that a senior and experienced judicial officer of UP Judicial Services will hear the case now. But at the same time, the court has also directed the district magistrate to make appropriate arrangements for wuzu at the masjid. And Alok Verma, VHP president, spoke on the Gyan Vapi issue. He hailed the action by the Supreme Court to transfer the case to a district judge.
मैं सहमत हूं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कि ये मामला पेचीदी भरा है और इन पेचीदगियों को समझने के लिए एक वरिष्ठ और अनुभवी जज की आवश्यकता थी। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि सिविल जज नहीं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के पास में, और ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज जो अनुभवी भी है, सीनियर भी है, ये मुकदमा जाएगा। हम इससे सहमत हैं। हम लोग इस बात का धैर्य रखते हैं कि कोर्ट जांच करे। हमें तो विश्वास है कि वो शिवलिंग है, और क्योंकि नंदी उनको देख रहे हैं, इसलिए वह मूल मंदिर का मूल ज्योतिर्लिंग है। 12 ज्योतिर्लिंगों में से एक जो मुगलों के आक्रमण के समय मंदिर ध्वस्त करने के बाद में वजू खाने के नीचे लोप हो गया था, वही है। हम इसको प्रमाणित कर सकेंगे कोर्ट में।
Pani Maharaj said this is a fight against foreign invaders. He also slammed Owaisi on his comments on Aurangzeb, saying that he will not allow anyone to divide the country.
माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। जो निर्णय दिया है माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने बहुत ही अच्छा दिया है, और उन्होंने जो वाराणसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट को ही जिम्मे वो कर दिया है। तो अब माननीय जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट सिविल उसको देखेंगे। असुद्दीन ओवैसी एक तो औरंगजेब की भाषा बोल रहे हैं, असुद्दीन ओवैसी जिन्ना की भाषा बोल रहे हैं, और बार बार वो कभी कहते हैं कि हम एक मस्जिद को शहीद हो लिए, दोबारा नहीं होने देंगे। तो हम उनसे कहना चाहते हैं, हमने कई मंदिर औरंगजेब से तोड़वा लिए, अब उससे न्याय की लड़ाई ये हो रही है। और जो ये देश बनाम विदेशी आक्रांताओं से की विचारधारा की लड़ाई चल रही है, उसमें अगुवाई औरंगजेब की तरफ से हमें लगता है यही कर रहा है। औरंगजेब तो है नहीं, तो ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। तो वो कह रहे हैं कि मस्जिद तो हमने खो दिया, आप नहीं खोएंगे। तो हम भी कहना चाहते हैं कि देश की बंटवारा हमने तो सह लिया, अब नहीं बंटवारा होने देंगे देश का। और आप अपनी विचारधारा अपने पास रखिए, ना आपको मुसलमान साथ देने वाले हैं।
And now for some international news. Boeing's astronaut capsule pulled up and parked at the International Space Station for the first time, a huge achievement for the company after years of false starts. With Starliner's arrival, NASA finally realizes its long-time effort to have crew capsules from competing US companies flying to the space station. SpaceX already has a running start. Elon Musk's company pulled off the same test 3 years ago and has since launched 18 astronauts to the space station as well as tourists. US President Joe Biden and Secretary John Kirby to be the new National Security Council coordinators for strategic communications. The White House said that Kirby will coordinate inter-agency efforts to explain United States policy and will serve as a senior administration voice on related matters. French President Emmanuel Macron announced a new cabinet, which included a new foreign minister. Sébastien Lecornu was appointed as the new French defense minister following a cabinet reshuffle. In a handover ceremony with the outgoing defense minister, Lecornu spoke about the importance of a strong military at a time when France is engaged in a fight against terrorism in Africa and in the context of the war in Ukraine. A tornado that hammered a northern Michigan town has injured at least 23 people and killed one person. Munson Healthcare spokesman Brian Lawson said he had no details on the person killed or the conditions of those hurt in the tornado that rushed through Gaylord, a town of about 4,200 at about 3:45 p.m. It also flipped vehicles and tore the roofs of buildings. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris tours electric school buses at Meridian High School in Falls Church, Virginia. Harris announced $500 million in funding for school districts and other eligible school bus operators and contractors to begin replacing the nation's fleet of school buses with clean, American-made, zero-emission buses. And coming up, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to Delhi ahead of a possible cabinet rejig. Also, India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong soap provocation, says India is keeping a close watch.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
And breaking news, Rahul Gandhi does it again. Rahul, who is in London for Ideas for Conclave, has now raised questions over India's foreign policy, outrageously comparing India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis.
Please recognize the parallels between what is going on in Ukraine and what is going on in Ladakh and in Doklam. Please realize that the same idea is at play. There are Chinese forces sitting in Ladakh, there are Chinese forces sitting in Doklam. The Doklam forces are designed for Arunachal Pradesh, the forces in Ladakh are designed for Ladakh. And the same principle is there. What the Chinese are saying, we do not accept your territoriality, and please, we do not accept the relationship you have with the United States. So we have to realize that there is a problem on the border. And we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to prepare for that problem. Because if we don't, we're going to get caught off guard. My problem with the government is that they don't allow a discussion. Chinese troops are sitting inside India today. Right? They've just built a huge bridge over the Pangong Lake. Why are they doing that? Right? They are setting up the infrastructure. They're obviously preparing for something. Right? But the government doesn't want to talk about it. The government wants to stifle the conversation. That's bad for India. I mean, they can keep saying that I raised the China issue. Yes, I raised the China issue because I'm worried about it. I'm worried that Chinese troops are sitting inside India, and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
So Rahul Gandhi does it again. Rahul Gandhi, who is in London for a conclave, has now raised questions over India's foreign policy. He has outrageously compared the India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis, saying he is worried. Rahul questioning India's foreign policy in a conclave that he has been invited to and for which he is in London. Sardar R.P. Singh joining us right now. Sardar R.P. Singh, when we talk about Rahul Gandhi, we are saying he's done it again. He's done it again and comparing the India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis, sir.
Well, he's a habitual offender, one thing. Secondly, he again and again go on the foreign land and speak about India and speak about, criticize India, Indian foreign policy, Indian internal issues, subjects and all. He spoke about T-20, 35 earlier when he was abroad, and we all know what is the reason. But when he talks about China, then before talking about China, he should come clear on what agreement he has signed with China Communist Party of India. What was the agreement between Indian National Congress and Chinese Communist Party of India, and on which Rahul Gandhi has in this signature. Till the time he makes that public, he has no right to question anyone on China policy or any subject on China vis-a-vis India. So, lastly, India stands firm against China. I mean, and as for Ladakh or any other part of the country, they are safe in hand of the present regime, the Prime Minister Modi's regime, and we have built up a lot of infrastructure around the border, and then anything which happens will be retaliated back. But remember, Mr. Anthony, the Defence Minister in their time, is on record in Parliament saying that we can't defend our land because we have not built our infrastructure around the borders.
Right, but Rahul Gandhi bringing this issue up at a forum in which India is being celebrated. The name of the conclave is India at 75 India Ideas. Well, at this point, many thanks, Mr. Singh, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts. Rahul Gandhi there doing it again, comparing the India-China standoff to the Ukraine crisis. Rahul Gandhi is in London.
Recognize the parallels between what is going on in Ukraine and what is going on in Ladakh and in Doklam. Please realize that the same idea is at play. There are Chinese forces sitting in Ladakh, there are Chinese forces sitting in Doklam. The Doklam forces are designed for Arunachal Pradesh, the forces in Ladakh are designed for Ladakh. And the same principle is there. What the Chinese are saying, we do not accept your territoriality, and please, we do not accept the relationship you have with the United States. So we have to realize that there is a problem on the border, and we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to prepare for that problem, because we don't want to get caught off guard. My problem with the government is that they don't allow a discussion. Chinese troops are sitting inside India today, right? They've just built a huge bridge over the Pangong Lake. Why are they doing that? Right? They are setting up the infrastructure. They're obviously preparing for something, right? But the government doesn't want to talk about it. Government wants to stifle the conversation. That's bad for India. I mean, they can keep saying that I raised the China issue. Yes, I raised the China issue because I'm worried about it. I'm worried that Chinese troops are sitting inside India, and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
हैं और ये सामंती सुरूर में और सत्ता के गुरूर में अभी भी चकनाचूर लोग जो है वो देश की बदहाली की बद्दुआ करते हैं। इस तरह के लोग जो है वो देश के भले के बारे में न सोचा है न कभी न सोचेंगे।
साथ ही साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा है सर कि इंडिया की जो फॉरेन पॉलिसी है वो बहुत ही कमजोर है, उसको चेंज करना चाहिए।
ये तो इनके दादा ने, इनके परिवार ने ये फॉरेन पॉलिसी बनाई थी। वही फॉरेन पॉलिसी तो कभी किसी देश की चेंज होती नहीं। अगर इतना सा भी उनको ज्ञान नहीं है और इतने बड़े अज्ञानी हैं वो, तो उनका क्या कर सकते हैं आप?
अच्छा, जिस तरीके से लगातार कांग्रेस के कई नेता दल छोड़ रहे हैं और लगातार बीजेपी की तारीफ करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, ऐसे में एक सवाल ये है कि मध्य प्रदेश के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री कमलनाथ ने जिस तरीके से एक मीटिंग में ये कहा है कि बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं से सीखने की जरूरत है, उनको कुछ कहना नहीं पड़ता है, वो लगातार काम करते हैं।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता बिना रुके हुए, बिना थके हुए, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, पार्टी के नेतृत्व में मजबूती के साथ गांव, गरीब, किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी के इंसान तक मजबूती से काम करता रहा है। अब कांग्रेस अगर अब सब कुछ लुटा के होश में आए तो क्या हुआ?
आखिरी सवाल सर ये है कि गुजरात में होने वाले हैं चुनाव कुछ महीनों में विधानसभा के, ऐसे में हार्दिक पटेल जो कि एक गुजरात का बड़ा चेहरा माना जाता है, उनका पार्टी छोड़ना कितना असर करेगा?
ये तो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए, हमसे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? थैंक यू,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ये थे हमारे साथ केंद्रीय मंत्री मुख्तार अब्बास नकवी, जिन्होंने खुलकर बातचीत की। और
And huge cache of drugs caught off Lakshadweep coast as ICG intercepts 2 boats in a mid-sea drug bust. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. Is a big decision expected soon?
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ती उन
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was a fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या, अब क्या, अप्रोच यही है।
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने, जिस तारीख के औराक में वहाँ के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है, वो मस्जिद थी, मस्जिद है, और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा।
Top headlines at 10:30 in London. Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to Ukraine crisis. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress rallies freedom of speech defense. Bengal Education Minister Parikh Adhikari asked to appear before the CBI once again at 11 a.m. in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Huge cache of drugs caught off Lakshadweep coast as ICG intercepts 2 boats in mid-sea drug bust. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. Is a big decision expected soon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai rushes to the national capital ahead of a possible cabinet rejig. India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Those are the latest visuals coming in from Assam, where the Indian Air Force has been actively involved in flood relief efforts in the state since 15th of May, when its Mi-17 helicopters evacuated 119 passengers who were stranded at the Dekokechra railway station. Since then, the IAF has been deployed on 32 transport aircraft, 2 Mi-17 helicopters, 1 Chinook helicopter and 1 ALF troop as well, to provide almost 30 tons of essential supplies in the heavily affected Haflong area and to evacuate 454 civilians. Additionally, the IAF has positioned 20 personnel of the NDRF in the area for flood relief efforts. So situation there, Krim in Assam, where the IAF has also been roped in and that has been actively involved in the flood relief efforts across the state. Remember, the IAF has been involved in the flood relief operation since 15th of May and has deployed its Mi-17 helicopters to carry out the evacuation operations. The IAF has deployed 32 transport aircraft, 2 Mi-17 helicopters and 1 Chinook helicopter as well. Also 1 ALH through chopper to provide almost 30 tons of essential supplies in the heavily affected Haflong area and evacuate 454 civilians across the state. So you can see the visuals there of the IAF choppers that have been involved in the rescue operations. We have Aniruddha joining us to give us all the latest on the situation in Assam. Aniruddha, what is the latest you can tell us? Because as we can see in the visual, situation remains grim in Assam.
Yes, situation remains grim across 29 districts of the state which have been affected by the flood. And meanwhile, all the services have been pressed into action in order to give relief and also to rescue the people who are stranded in the flood areas. The Indian Air Force has been actively involved, and Mi-17, 2 Mi-17 helicopters have been deployed, who have evacuated so far 119 people who were stranded, and also transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force AN-32 has been used in order to send relief materials to those who are stranded in far-flung areas. Kachar and Dima Hasao have been completely cut off from the rest of the world following massive flood, and as many roads, the national highway that leads to Barak Valley and Dima Hasao has been washed away in multiple portions because of landslides. So, Indian Air Force have been playing a major role. The Indian Army has also been deployed in Kachar as well as in parts of Navjot district in Hodai in order to rescue people who have been visiting the affected areas for the last 1 week, and efforts are being put in. The government is trying to reach out to more and more people who are stranded or who have been affected. So far, as per the latest update that we have, around 8 lakh people have been affected in this massive fast wave of the Assam floods, and around 3 lakh of them are from the districts of Silchar, Nagaon as well as Hodai. More than 50,000 people are living in the relief camps that have been set up by the government, whereas many other are also living in camps which have been temporarily set up by the local people themselves. The death toll stands as of now at 40.
Absolutely. Well, Aniruddha there bringing us all the updates as far as the flood situation in Assam is concerned, saying that over 50,000 people are living in relief camps.
As Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I am at the Datashmewed Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे, और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. We're right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है. तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है. Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country from Gorakhpur urban seat.
A quick wrap of the news in brief. The Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launched 3 helicopter services in Goa in association with Blade India. He said that these services are necessary for Goa's tourism, medical emergency and commercial purposes. Tourists and locals will now be able to access the service as well. Following the commencement, the Chief Minister of Goa also assured that the government will gladly provide support for initiatives to promote tourism in the state. Remembering former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi on his 31st death anniversary, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi said his father was a visionary leader whose policies helped shape modern India. Rajiv Gandhi, remember, took over the charge of Congress in 1984 following the assassination of his mother and then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. He became India's youngest Prime Minister at the age of 40. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel said that with the development of roads and bridges and schools, Bastar is changing. Describing this picture of change, the Chief Minister said that the development work is going on. New bridges, culverts and roads are contributing, and schools which have been shut for the last 15 years have reopened again. Criticizing the Kerala government for the Silver Line project, the IUML leader said that the state is heading towards Sri Lankan tragedy due to the borrowings. Attacking the state chief minister, IUML leader said that the LDF government in Kerala and the chief minister of the state are unable to recognize the seriousness and the government is not going in the right direction. The central government has announced the fresh composition of the Standing Committee of the Interstate Council that includes 13 members, including its chairman. Amit Shah, Ministry of Home, mentions the move in its Gazette notification, pointed out that the step was taken in supersession of the ISCC notification with the approval of the Prime Minister. Now, breaking news coming in, this one from Sri Lanka, the country that has been affected by severe fuel scarcity in Ranajapuram of Anuradhapuram district. People stood in long queues to get fuel. So you can see there the visuals, long queues in Sri Lanka's Ranajapuram, where people have been gathered. There are long queues there for fuel because there is a fuel scarcity in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka that has been reeling from severe economic crisis, and the latest being people thronging in large numbers, gathering in queues to get fuel in the economically hit nation. So situation there very grim in Sri Lanka as well, where there is scarcity of essential items. Remember, there are long power cuts as well. Fuel scarcity that is also being reported, and people there gathering in long queues to get fuel. So situation very serious in Sri Lanka. That has also, in fact, what we are also told is that Sri Lanka has closed schools and limited work to combat fuel shortage as well. So in wake of the extreme fuel shortage that the country is facing, Sri Lankan authorities have closed schools and have also asked public officials not to come to work in a desperate move to prepare for an acute fuel shortage.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है उसको कोई बोलने नहीं चाहता कि तुम जाओ वहां जहां घूमो ही घूमो, पर कांग्रेस को इंतजार करते हैं कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम जाए। वही कांग्रेस में कमी।
Now, in more news coming in, as part of the 4-lane tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Ramban district that collapsed, ITBP's dog squad has also been called in to trace the 9 people who are feared trapped in the debris. Big boulders have also been removed now, and the dog squad has been sent to find out the bodies of 9 missing persons.
This rescue operation is in final stage, and now for the same, the ITBP dog squad has been called in. This is to ensure and to find out the remaining 9 bodies. 1 body has been found by the rescue team. 9 bodies are yet to be traced, and that's why these specialized dogs of the ITBP have been called in. Important to mention that the incident took place yesterday evening at around 10, in which 10 people, they got trapped. 3 were rescued earlier and 10 were trapped. There was no clue about them, and today afternoon 1 body was recovered, and now to find out the remaining 9 bodies, these specially trained dogs of the ITBP have been called into the spot here in the Ramban district where the tunnel collapsed yesterday evening, after which we saw how things have moved out, and the police and the administration are trying their level best to retrieve the remaining bodies. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. In London, Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to Ukraine crisis. Bengal Education Minister Parekh Adhikari asked to appear before the CBI at 11 a.m. in the teachers' recruitment scam probe.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened, and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge, Sarjeevan is showing you, is not that secure. Though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are
Cutting across straight away to the visuals we are getting live of West Bengal Minister Paresh Adhikari, who has arrived at the CBI office in Kolkata. So remember, Paresh Adhikari has been called to CBI to be quizzed in connection with the scam. This is the teachers recruitment scam for which he's been called to the CBI office in Kolkata. So the first visuals that are coming in of the West Bengal Minister Paresh Adhikari, who has appeared before the CBI in connection with the teachers recruitment scam. He will be quizzed by the CBI officials in connection with this teachers recruitment scam. We will go across to our reporters also to get us more information. But the first visuals we are getting to you of the West Bengal minister who has arrived at the CBI office. Remember, the West Bengal teachers recruitment scam, the probe for which is still ongoing. We have Shreyashi, Bangla reporter, joining us to give more details. Shreyashi, if you could give us more details of this particular scam as we see those visuals of the West Bengal minister arriving at the CBI office. We'll connect with Shreyashi again, but those are the first visuals we are getting to you of the West Bengal minister who has arrived at the CBI office. This is in connection with the West Bengal teachers recruitment scam. And also important to note here that the CBI sleuths on Friday, in fact, questioned the State Minister of State for Education, Paresh Chandra Adhikari. He was questioned on Friday as well for the second time in connection with the recruitment scam. And we have Saikat also, a reporter, joining us to give more information. Saikat, over to you. What more can you tell us with respect to this particular scam for which the West Bengal minister has been summoned by the CBI?
West Bengal Minister of State Education Department, Mr. Paresh Adhikari has been summoned.
Minister of State Education Department, Mr. Paresh Adhikari has been summoned third time today, and Paresh Adhikari, Mr. Adhikari reached CBI Anti-Corruption Branch office before the scheduled time, almost 30 minutes before the scheduled time. Paresh Adhikari reached this CBI office at Nizam Palace. CBI officials wants to know from him that how he is involved in this SSC scam and what he did for his daughter job, because her daughter, Paresh Adhikari's daughter Ankita Adhikari loses her job by court verdict. And this scam is one of the biggest scam of West Bengal. CBI officials are called Paresh Adhikari third time, and they wants to know another thing, another matter, that Paresh Adhikari was belonged to a party named Forward Bloc, and he joined TMC a few years before. Why he joined TMC? There is any beneficiaries, benefiting deals has been made by Paresh Adhikari at the time of joining. Any condition he gives to TMC for this joining. Paresh Adhikari has been interrogated for particularly, specifically these 3 and 4 matters, and Paresh Adhikari has been called by CBI officers at CBI office.
Yes.
Nizam Palace.
Saika, just hold your thoughts there. Let me also go across to Shreyashi, who's joining us live from Kolkata. Shreyashi, if you could briefly give us a timeline of the probe in this particular scam for which the West Bengal minister has been summoned.
पहले तो मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ कि सिक्योरिटी के बारे में आप देख पा रहे हैं। यहाँ का सिक्योरिटी बहुत टाइट है, और जो गाड़ी से एमएलए हॉस्टल से निज़ाम पैलेस आए हैं परेश अधिकारी, वो है ये गाड़ी, ये है वो गाड़ी। और मैं आपको सिक्योरिटी के बारे में बोल रही थी, आप देख सकते हैं बहुत पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन भी बढ़ रहा है यहाँ का। और आज ये तीसरा दिन परेश अधिकारी को बुलाया गया है सीबीआई दफ्तर में, क्योंकि पिछले जो 2 दिन था, 2 दिन का पूछताछ के बाद सीबीआई संतुष्ट नहीं है, इसीलिए आज तीसरे दिन भी बुलाया गया है। मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ, ये सीबीआई एकदम निजाम पैलेस सीबीआई ऑफिस के बाहर है हम, और अंदर में 14th फ्लोर में है परेश अधिकारी। और आज तीसरे दिन है, आज तीसरे दिन भी बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन भी तैयार किया है सीबीआई से। सीबीआई ने बहुत क्वेश्चन भी तैयार किया है। तो आज दिखने का बात यह है कि आज क्या होते हैं, क्योंकि कल भी हम देखे थे कि सुबह 11 बजे के अंदर ही पहुंच गए थे परेश अधिकारी सीबीआई ऑफिस में, और आज भी 11 बजे के अंदर ही वो पहुंच गए, और सवाल और पूछताछ भी शुरू होने वाला है। तो मैं आपको फिर से एक बार दिखा रही हूँ सीबीआई ऑफिस के बाहर का तस्वीर, आप देख सकते हैं। बहुत सिक्योरिटी बहुत टाइट है यहाँ का, क्योंकि आज है तीसरा दिन, और पिछले 2 दिन के बाद आज का दिन बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होने वाला है.
Yes. Well, Shreyashi, thank you so much. So, Shreyashi, they're reporting from outside the CBI office as well as Saikat in Kolkata on the teachers' recruitment scam for which the West Bengal minister has been summoned. Roundup from across the globe, Boeing's astronaut capsule pulled up and parked at the International Space Station for the first time, a huge achievement for the company after years of false starts. With Starliner's arrival, NASA finally realized its long-time effort to have crew capsules from competing US companies flying to the space station. Remember, SpaceX has already has a running start. Elon Musk's company pulled off the same test 3 years ago and has since launched 18 astronauts to the space station as well as tourists. US President Joe Biden named Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby to be the new National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications. The White House said that Kirby will coordinate integral efforts to explain United States policy and will serve as a senior administration voice on related matters. French President Emmanuel Macron announced a new cabinet which included a new foreign minister. Sébastien Lecornu was appointed as the new French defense minister following cabinet reshuffle in a handover ceremony with the outgoing defense minister. The new minister spoke about the importance of a strong military at a time when France was engaged in a fight against terrorism in Africa and in the context of the war in Ukraine. A tornado that hammered a northern Michigan town has injured at least 23 people and killed 1 person. The healthcare spokesperson said that he had no details on the people killed or the conditions of those hurt in the tornado that rushed through Gaylord, a town of about 4,200 at about 3:45 p.m. It also flipped vehicles and tore the roof of buildings. US Vice President Kamala Harris tours electric school buses at Meridian High School in Falls Church, Virginia. Harris announced $500 million in funding for school districts and other eligible school bus operators and contractors to begin replacing the nation's fleet of school buses with clean, American-made, zero-emission buses.
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past, Monojit. Let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that, how can Muslims worship where there is a temple? When you gave the suggestion that, why don't we open up that place for, Hindus to worship? And Mufti Saab said, how can Muslims worship? You see, the Hindu can worship in a place where there is clearly a mosque over it, but a Muslim cannot.
That place could be made a Sarv Dharm Asthal. Let the court decide about the shivling and other symbols of temple. A panel of international historians and Indian historians should be made so that authentic truth about the history should come out.
A very short break, don't go anywhere. More news breaks lined up on the other side. All updates on the other side as Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai rushes to the national capital ahead of a possible cabinet meeting. And India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation, says India is keeping a close watch.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing.
Top headlines at 11 a.m. in London. Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to Ukraine crisis. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Congress rallies. Freedom of speech defense. CBI quizzes West Bengal Education Minister Parekh Adhikari once again in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Huge cache of drugs caught off Lakshadweep coast as ICG intercepts 2 boats in a mid-sea drug bust. Nitish calls on senior JDU leaders amid widening cracks in the NDA alliance in Bihar. Is a big decision expected soon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai in the national capital ahead of a possible cabinet reject. India sends a strong warning to China over Pangong, so provocation, says India is keeping a close watch. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Our top story this hour coming from the national capital, where the Delhi police has said that it has denied permission to students to hold protest at arts faculty. Remember, the associate professor of Delhi University's Hindu College, Ratan Lal, was arrested last night for his objectionable social media post referring to claims about a shivling that was found inside Varanasi's Gyanvapi Mosque complex. We have Ananya also reporting us live to give us all the latest situation. We will be going across to him very shortly. But the latest, what we are told is that the Delhi police has denied permission to the students to stage protest over the arrest of the DU professor. So a row over that has broken out, a controversy over a social media post by the DU professor who has now been arrested. His name is Ratan Lal. He has now been taken into custody after a derogatory post over the Gyanvapi Mosque. The latest, what we are told, is that there is heavy security outside the DU college after the DU professor was arrested late last night. In fact, those are the visuals we'll put out those visuals also of heavy police deployment outside the DU college.
बढ़ता हुआ दिख रहा है और कहीं ना कहीं अभी स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स के जो प्रोटेस्ट होगा उसके बाद ये देखना महत्वपूर्ण होगा किस तरीके से जो सिचुएशन है वो रहती है, क्या किसी तरीके का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन उत्पन्न होता है, पर उसके लिए पहले ही दिल्ली पुलिस ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी कर रखी है। स्टूडियोज
Ananya is joining us live from the location where there is heavy security deployment outside the college. Ananya, bring us up to speed as to what has really happened that has led to this heavy security deployment. We understand that there was a controversial post that was put out by the professor, following which he was arrested. We will go across to Ananya, who's reporting live from the national capital just outside the college, as the students plan to stage a stir, and the Delhi police has denied, of course, the permission to stage the protest. There is a heavy deployment of police as well outside the college. In fact, a complaint that was registered against the Delhi professor, after which he was arrested, and the visuals on your screens as well of the DU professor who's now been arrested by the Delhi police. We have a reaction as well coming in. Let's listen in.
देखिए, 2 दिन पहले जिस तरह से दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर जो कि हिंदू कॉलेज में हैं, रतन लाल, अपने आप को हिस्ट्री के प्रोफेसर बताते हैं, उन्होंने एक बहुत आपत्तिजनक पोस्ट किया जिसमें उन्होंने ये कहा, उन्होंने जो ज्ञानव्यापी मस्जिद में जो शिवलिंग मिला है उसको लेकर बहुत अभद्र टिप्पणी की। मैं उस चीज़ को मैं बोल शायद नहीं पाऊंगा यहाँ पे, लेकिन वो कैटेगरी में आता है अंडर सेक्शन 153A, जिसमें धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने की बात की गई है। और उसी को लेकर मैंने ये FIR जो है वो लॉन्च कराया है। इसके बाद कल रात को दिल्ली पुलिस ने रतन लाल को अरेस्ट किया है और आशा है कि आगे भी जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी वो उचित कानूनी कार्रवाई दिल्ली पुलिस करेगी।
And joining us live is Ananya, my colleague, who's reporting live from outside the DU College. Ananya, we understand there is heavy security deployment. Bring us up to speed as to what has really transpired since last night. As we can see in those visuals, there is heavy security deployment as well.
Well, yes, Samiksha, you can see just right behind me is the Delhi Police's force that has been deployed here. Heavy deployment of the security forces. The police personnel are being briefed with regards to the maintenance of the law and order situation, because remember that the Delhi Police is the first one to be called in whenever such a law and order situation is to be erupted, or there is in fact a slight chance that the law and order situation might be disrupted. A protest call was given out by the All India Students Association, that is the AISA, and DTF, that is the Delhi Teachers Federation, and the protest was to begin at 11 AM. However, nothing has started as of now, but the Delhi Police is well prepared, pre-prepared into this whole case. And remember that this all started after Mr. Ratan Lal, who is an assistant professor at the Hindu College of the Delhi University, was arrested last night by the Cyber Cell unit of the North District Police of the National Capital. Clearly, he was arrested with regards to his objectionable tweets being made in connection with the Gyanvapi mosque issue. The Delhi Police was very, very clear in its aspect. It clearly arrested Mr. Ratan Lal into this whole case under the charges of promoting enmity between two groups and certain other offences under the Indian Penal Code. And Delhi Police is not leaving no stone unturned to keep the law and order situation intact. You can see in the visuals how the Delhi Police is barricading this whole area of the arts faculty. I'll ask my camera person Anil to show you the visuals of the security deployment and how the police is making these providing these barricades in order to maintain and restrict the crowd that is there. It is trying to basically restrict the entry of students and teachers who would come out to protest in order to maintain the law and order situation. But the protest had begun last night itself outside the Morris Nagar police station when Mr. Ratan Lal was arrested. In fact, his lawyer, Mr. Mahmood Paracha, while speaking to the media, had said that it is a clear violation of the Arnesh Kumar judgment, which is the precedent judgment in the case of arrests. But the Delhi police has clearly arrested him. He would now also be produced before the 30 Hazari court today. And in fact, the Delhi police might also be seeking his police custody with regard to questioning him in connection with this whole case. The case actually started off with an objectionable tweet being made by Mr. Ratan Lal over the discovery of a shivling during the survey that was being conducted into this whole case. So now we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out, and when the protests begin, what the situation remains. Samiksha.
Ananya, if you could briefly tell us under which sections has the professor been booked?
Well, Samiksha, he's been booked under section 395A, which is promoting enmity between two groups, and certain other sections of the Indian Penal Code. These are cognizable offences, but then the Delhi police would not leave any stone unturned with regards to keeping the law and order situation intact, because remember that Gyanvapi survey is complete. Gyanvapi issue is completely a very, very complex issue and a sensitive one. It is already going on before 3 courts in the country, which is the Allahabad High Court, the local court in Varanasi, and also the Supreme Court. So the Delhi police would not take any chance with regards to the law and order situation, and hence you can see the pre-planning. You can see how Mr. Ratan Lal was arrested. So the Delhi police is leaving no stone unturned to maintain the law and order situation in the national capital, at least. Studios.
Absolutely. Ananya, thanks so much. So there we have Ananya reporting from outside the Hindu College. There is a heavy security developing story there. We'll watch out for more developments on that story. And more news break coming in. This one from J&K, where the Kashmiri Pandits are still staging a protest. The protest that has entered day 10. Now, this continued protest against the administration comes after the targeted killings in the valley. Remember, those protests was sparked after the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. So the visuals on your screens as well of the Kashmiri Pandits staging a protest there over the targeted killings in the valley. And this is day 10 of the protest by the Kashmiri Pandits there, demanding security. Remember, there have been threats time and again that have been issued to the Kashmiri Pandits there, who are fearing for their lives after the targeted killings. We saw how Rahul Bhatt was also a victim of a targeted killing in JNK, and the visuals there of the protest which are happening in Baramulla by the Pandits. We have Zeenat also joining us live. Zeenat, if you could give us more details of the protest which now entered day 10.
This is the 10th day of Rahul's killing, where the Kashmiri Pandits are still on the roads demanding that justice for Rahul Pandit. As we are beaming the visuals coming from the Baramulla, North Kashmir, where they're demanding that the justice should be delivered, the killers should be punished. Meanwhile, the main demand of the Kashmiri Pandits in all these 10 days, we have been saying that they want the either the mass resignation of the Pandits be accepted who have joined the government under Prime Minister's package, or they all should be shifted from Kashmir Valley to any part of the country. So this is the main demand coming from the Kashmiri Pandits from north, south, as well as the central Kashmir. Today is the 10th day. We are seeing the major protest taking place in the North Kashmir, Baramulla, and similarly, one more protest is lined up by the Kashmiri Pandits coming from the Badgam to Srinagar, where they are going to protest about Rahul Bhatt killing. Rahul Bhatt lost his life in a terror attack in Chadura of Badgam some 10 days before, when the elite terrorists barged into the office of Tehsil and he was shot dead from a point-blank range. Although Jammu and Kashmir police claims that yes, the terrorists involved in the killing were neutralized, although Rahul's wife has been...
Zeenat, if I can interrupt you there, please hold your thoughts. I'll go across to Sushil Pandit, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, I wanted to get your reaction on the protests which are taking place now by the Kashmiri Pandits. It's day 10 of the protest. Your first reaction or your insights into this whole protest which has been happening, because the Pandits we can see there are fearing for their life there in wake of the targeted killings that are happening in the valley.
It is the 10th day, and what you see is stark.
Yes, sir, please continue. We can hear you.
This indifference is what we are extremely unhappy and angry about. We have been pushed into the valley as lambs to slaughter. This was meant to be an economic package, and it has been turned into some kind of a return to the valley in order to recreate that utopia which some people carry in their heads about harmony that prevailed in Kashmir. This is not the harmony for which we should be treated as sacrificial lambs. We should stop chasing that utopia. It has to be security-based. Our first reason for leaving Valley was threat of life. Jihad was trying to annihilate us, and that is why we left the Valley. This PM package was to give us some economic sustainability. It wasn't to rehabilitate us back in the Valley in the same vicinity where we were fearing our lives more than 30 years ago. And nobody is bothered about the security, nobody is bothered about our threat to life. And when we protest, we are brutalized by our own police. This is travesty. This is complete insensitivity. Nobody is willing to even come and talk. I mean, where is the reason gone? Where is the empathy gone? All of us who are in Kashmir have been torn away from our families, who fear for our lives day in and day out, and nobody's bothered. This is the protest all about. More than livelihood, it is the life that matters. If life survives, everything else can follow. Livelihood cannot take precedence over life itself.
Right. Well, thank you so much, sir. Yes. So we get your point there.
That is the reason.
Yes. Activist Sushil Pandit there speaking to us and saying that it is lives above livelihood when we talk about the targeted killings happening in the valley. A quick wrap of all the news. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated 3 industrial projects worth over 76.97 crore rupees and performed groundbreaking of 10 projects worth 1,141 crore rupees. These diversified projects ranging across food processing, tourism, packaging, manufacturing and polymers will create potential employment for over 3,390 persons in the state. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and BJP Vice President Dr. Raman Singh has taken a dig at the recently concluded Congress Chintan Shivir and targeted Rahul Gandhi by calling him a non-playing captain. Speaking to media persons after the BJP National Office Bearers meet that concluded in Jaipur, he said that Rahul Gandhi neither wants to become a captain nor wants to enter the field. The overall flood situation in Assam was improved slightly, but the situation overall remains grim in Nagaon, Hujai, Kachar and Darang districts. According to these reports of the Assam Disaster Management Authority, nearly 7.12 lakh people in 29 districts of the state are reeling under the fury of floods and 50,000 people have also been displaced. Issuing an alert to the National Centre for Disease Control and Indian Council of Medical Research, the central government has asked them to keep a close watch on the monkeypox situation in wake of a rapid spurt of cases abroad and sent samples of symptomatic travellers to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for further investigation. Union Education and Skill Development Minister Dharmendra Pradhan inaugurated the North-East Research Conclave 2022 at IIT Guwahati and said that the North-Eastern region has immense potential to promote research and innovation. Pradhan said that the conclave will strengthen the linkages between industry and academia as well as policymakers and further invigorate the research and entrepreneurship ecosystems in the resource-rich North-Eastern region states. Breaking news coming in, we are now getting in exclusive, never before seen pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri from the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi. The clear pictures of Nandi facing the Shivling. So there we have the exclusive video and pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri from the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi. Clear pictures of Nandi facing Shivling. These are never before seen pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri spot where puja is performed. The clear pictures of Nandi facing the Shivling. The video of worshipping Ma Shringar Gauri is there on your screens. The exclusive visuals we are getting to you after the SC order in the Gyanvapi case, which shows the Ma Shringar Gauri. We have Piyush as well reporting live from Varanasi from outside the Gyanvapi mosque. Piyush, we can see those visuals of Nandi seen facing the Shivling. Give us more details.
Well, yes, these are the exclusive pictures which we are right now showing to our viewers. And these pictures, we can clearly see the Nandi facing Vazukhana Shivling.
Seeing Vazukhana Shivling, the Shivling which has been found at the same place which is now being claimed as the fountain. These are the first and exclusive pictures which Republic TV has accessed, in which we can clearly see Nandi facing Shivling and also Ma Shringar Gauri Puja spot. For the first time, the people of the nation are going to look at the pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri, the clear pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri, where people used to go and offer prayers. Every year on the first week of Chaitra Navratri, puja is performed there, and the people from Hindu religion, they are allowed to perform puja only once in 1 year. The petition is there in the court to let them allow to offer prayers every day there at Ma Shringar Gauri. And today we are showing to our viewers for the very first time the clear pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri there at the Gyanvapi Mosque on the western wall. Also on the other side we have multiple videos accessed by Republic TV, in which we can clearly see how people are offering prayers there at the Ma Shringar Gauri spot. They are inside Gyanvapi Mosque. There are videos of which we are showing right now of people going with a huge procession. They are taking out procession while they are going to offer prayers. So these pictures and videos, Samiksha, have come out for the very first time, and Republic TV has exclusively accessed these pictures. Ma Shringar Gauri's photos
have come out for the very first time. For the very first time, we are showing you these photographs, and we have accessed these photographs from a very credible source. The person who had gone there to offer prayers is the one with whom we will be talking in a short while from now. But we are showing you the pictures and videos of not only Ma Shringar Gauri's spot, but also when people are going to offer prayers. In fact, there are multiple videos and photos of Nandi facing Shivling, Nandi facing Vazukhana, the fountain which is being claimed by Muslims that it is fountain. For the first time, these pictures have come out. We will be getting more and more voices and also talking to people who are seen in these videos and photographs. Samiksha.
Yes. Piyush, while we keep up with these exclusive visuals of Ma Shringar Gauri Puja, if you could once again take us to the key takeaways of SC order which came yesterday.
Well, Samiksha, if you talk about the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has now directed the district court here in Varanasi to complete the proceedings within 8 weeks, and that has been done after hearing the arguments those were put forth by both the sides, in which the Muslim side wanted that the entire activity, the entire act of doing survey and appointing commissioner should be termed as null and void. On the other side, the Hindu side had been claiming to protect the complex where Shivling was found. So after listening to entire arguments, now Supreme Court is of the view that district court is a competent court which could hear the case, and that is why the case has now been transferred to district court, and it has been asked to complete the hearing within 8 days. If you talk about the proceedings here in Varanasi, remember that on May 23rd, which means on Monday, the case is was to be heard there at Sessions Court. Now it will be heard in District Court, and the case was basically on the reports. Those have been submitted by both the commissioners, those were appointed by the court, be it Ajay Mishra or Vishal Singh, along with his assistant Ajay Pratap Singh. Both have submitted their report, in which Ajay Mishra, Samiksha, has also mentioned that the western wall is a part of temple, and Vishal Singh has also mentioned in his report that multiple signs of Hindu relics have been found. In fact, Trishul, Gada, elephant, Sanatan Dharma signs, swastik, they have also been spotted during their survey. So these two reports have now been submitted in court, and looking at these two reports now, what is going to happen? Court will be hearing the case, where it will ask all the parties involved in this case to come before it, and then it will decide what is going to be happen in this case. In 8 weeks, which means in 2 months, the case has to be completed and verdict has to be delivered by the court. This is what Supreme Court has said, and after that itself, if someone wants to appeal against that, then Supreme Court would listen that in July. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the proceedings will take place. But yes, for the first time, Samiksha, we are showing to our viewers the pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri spot, where puja is performed every year. The pictures of Nandi facing Shivling, videos of people going there and offering prayers. So multiple things have been accessed, which certainly tells us to how there is an attachment, emotional attachment of Hindus with that particular spot, about which they are now saying that it's not Gyanvapi Mosque but a temple. Samiksha.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. Stay with us. If you could tell us more about, help us understand the relevance of the visuals that we are showing to our viewers right now of Nandi facing the Shivling, as far as the development in the whole Gyanvapi case is concerned.
Well, Samiksha, if we talk about this picture of Nandi facing Shivling, why it is important and why we are showing it to our viewers, because till now, Samiksha, not even a single picture has come out of a clear picture of Nandi facing Shivling. For the first time, we are showing to our viewers the pictures of Nandi being spotted from behind, where the face of Nandi is towards the Shivling. Till now, we have just seen the barricaded pictures of Nandi. These are the first clear pictures in which Nandi is clearly seen facing towards the Shivling. These are the first pictures which we have accessed. On the other side, we have also accessed the videos of puja being performed, and that by a group of people, group of Mahants there in Varanasi who perform puja every year once a day. The another video is of the procession which was being carried out by the group of people towards the very spot where they perform puja every year. And the last one and the very important one is the first
Piyush,
time.
I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Please stay with us. We are being joined by VHP's Vinod Bansal as well on the phone line. Sir, your first reaction to the visuals of Nandi facing the Vazukhana that we are showing to our viewers right now?
No, it is the fact that the Nandi is facing not the Vazukhana but the real Jyotirling. The thing is that वो भगवान शंकर के सामने ही होते हैं. भगवान शंकर उनके सामने, वो भगवान शंकर के सामने. ये तो बेसिकली शुरू से आदिकाल से होता है और यही एक बहुत बड़ा इंडिकेशन था जो कि हिंदू समाज ने कोर्ट के समक्ष भी रखा और बाकी उनकी आस्था की आज जीत भी हुई है और जो सब चीजें सामने आ गई हैं एक्चुअली. और ये कोई नई बात नहीं है. इन सब लोगों को समझना चाहिए कि आखिरकार सत्य का अन्वेषण हो चुका है. अब the truth has really come out of this false and propagandist. अब इसमें ये देखिए कि जिस तरह से ये जो अपना फवारा गैंग जो है जिस तरह से सक्रिय है उसको समझना पड़ेगा कि एक तरफ हमने देखिए जब वो नमाज पढ़ने के लिए गए तो हिंदू समाज ने कभी कोई मना नहीं किया, लेकिन कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिस तरह से उन्होंने हमारे आराध्य देव भगवान शंकर की शिवलिंग पर वो थूकना और कुल्ला करने की और उसको वजू करने की जिद करी, इससे इस बात की इंडिकेशन मिलता है कि इनका भाईचारा कहाँ का है. कौन सी गंगा जमुनी तहजीब की बात कर रहे हैं. Despite the fact that the entire Hindu community is having the devotion towards the deity, और आप उसमें कहना चाहते हैं कि हमें तो वहीं पर कुल्ला करना है. ये जो सोच है, ये जो मानसिकता है, वो भी जाकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कहते हैं कि नहीं हमें उसी जगह पर वजू करने की परमिशन दीजिए. It all shows that their respect towards the Hindu community. And वो मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो तथाकथित अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय है उसके उत्पीड़न का शिकार इस देश का बहुसंख्यक समुदाय होता रहा है. अब इस पर विराम लगना चाहिए और उनको कम से कम हिंदू जनमानस की भावनाओं का भी सम्मान करना चाहिए. ये जो चीजें कोई नई बात नहीं है. वो ठीक है कि आपके पास अभी आज एक्सक्लूसिव पिक्चर आई है. आई अप्रिशिएट एंड कांग्रेचुलेट यू फॉर द सेम, बट द क्वेश्चन इज दैट वी बिलीव इन सिंस एजेस फॉर दिस थिंग कि भी जहाँ बाबा नंदी विराजमान हैं उनके सामने ही भगवान शंकर विराजमान है. आप उसको दबा के ढक करके और उसको मतलब उनका अपमान करके इन इस्लामिक जिहादियों ने और विदेशी आक्रांतों ने रखा. ये अब इसके परमादन का समय है. जिस प्रकार से तथाकथित मस्जिद के जो दीवार जो है मंदिर की है और गुम्बद के ऊपर गुम्बद चढ़ा दिया, जिस तरह से भगवान शंकर को एक तरह से उन्होंने कैद करके रखने की कोशिश करी, ये सब चीजें अब सामने आ गई हैं कि कितना रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं ये देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का, भारतीय संस्कृति का और भारतीय मान्यताओं का, आस्था का. तो ये चीजें एक एक करके एक्सपोज हो रही हैं. इस्लामिक जिहादी जिस तरह से बार बार हिंदुओं का अपमान करते हैं, जिस तरह से देश का अपमान करते हैं, न्याय व्यवस्था का के प्रति जो असम्मान व्यक्त करते हैं,
जी
ये कोर्ट ऐसा नहीं.
Sir, and if you could give us your response to the SC order also that came yesterday that ordered transfer of the case to the district judge of Varanasi.
And it's really needed that the Supreme Court has never allowed them to have the wuju in that mandir complex. And the Supreme Court has given the clear direction to have the wuju facility, not a problem. हिंदू समाज ने कभी इनकी आस्था पर कोई कुठाराघात नहीं किया, लेकिन ये अभी भी जो वापस वही करते हैं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दो बातें और बड़ी महत्व की कही है कि 1991 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट डजंट अप्लाई टू दिस केस. तो ये इसके बावजूद भी बार बार मुस्लिम समुदाय को भटकाने की और उनको जिहादी गतिविधियों में उलझाने की कोशिश करते हैं. मुस्लिम यूथ को जिस तरह से ये लोग कट्टरपंथी की राह पर ले जाना चाहते हैं औरंगजेब के साथ जोड़ करके, विदेशी आक्रांताओं के साथ जोड़ करके, उस पर विराम लग जाना चाहिए. मैंने सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने बड़ा क्लियर कट कहा है कि देखिए हर चीज को हम नहीं सुनेंगे. बात यह है कि जब हमारे पास इतने लर्नेड जजेस हैं तो व्हाई डोंट दे सी द केस एंड लुक एट इट. तो उसमें बेसिकली क्या है, लेकिन ये जो अपने फवारा गैंग है इसकी न तो न्याय व्यवस्था में को विश्वास है और न ही इनका संविधान में को विश्वास है. और ये बार बार हिंदू समाज को एक दोयम दर्जे का नागरिक के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं और ये अपनी जो जिहादी मानसिकता से बाहर नहीं आ रहे हैं.
Okay. Well, that was VHP leader Vinod Bansal speaking to us. Thanks for sharing us your views. So those are the visuals, the pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri from the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi, the clear pictures of Nandi facing the Shivling. Going back to Piyush again. Piyush, for our viewers who are just tuning in, once again help us understand the pictures that we are showing on our screens right now of Ma Shringar Gauri from the spot where puja is performed in Gyanvapi.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we have accessed these exclusive pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri. For the first time, people of the nation will see the clear pictures of Ma Shringar Gauri. Remember that a petition was also filed in the court by 5 women where they had requested court to allow them to offer prayers every day of the year. In fact, why they went to court? Because they are being allowed to offer prayers only once in a year, and that also on the first week of Chaith Navratri, which means on the first week of either February or March or April. So that depends on the Hindu calendar as to when Chaith Navratri falls. And these are the first pictures which we are showing of Ma Shringar Gauri, the spot where puja is being performed, and also the very picture of Nandi facing Shivling. This is the first and exclusive picture, clear picture, which we are showing to our viewers, in which we can clearly see as to how not only Ma Shringar Gauri is being seen, the spot where puja is being performed, and also the place where Nandi is seen facing towards the Shivling. On the other videos, if you talk about other videos, in those videos we can see people of Varanasi are seen offering prayers there at the Ma Shringar Gauri spot. Multiple videos are there, Samiksha, of people taking out procession while they go for offering prayers. So this is the video of last year when puja was performed at Ma Shringar Gauri spot at the western wall of mosque. We will be getting more and more details, Samiksha, after this very short break, because for the first time Republic is showing these pictures, and we will be telling to our viewers about the relevance of these pictures after this very short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe.
Live visuals of the Kashmiri Pandit protest as the protest enters another day. It's day 10 of the protests. Joining us is our bureau chief from Srinagar, Zeenat, joining us on the phone. Zeenat, well, the protest is entering its 10th day today, and it is as strong as ever. Give us more inputs. What is the atmosphere like there? Are their demands still the same?
See, we are seeing the demands the same that have been coming from the Kashmiri Pandits for the last 10 days. In fact, the moment Rahul Bhatt was killed in a taxi office where he was working, the Pandits are only demanding that they should either be shifted to any part of the country apart from Kashmir, or the mass resignations are accepted. These are the visuals that we are beaming are from Srinagar, where the protest is being held by the Kashmiri Pandits. All these Pandits had come from the Sheikhpura Patna, where Rahul Pandit earlier used to reside. They are the neighbors of Rahul Bhatt, who lost life in a terror attack. And only demand that is coming from the Kashmiri Pandits in the last 10 days that either you shift us, all Kashmiri Pandits, to the Jammu or to any other place of the Kashmir of the country, India, or they don't want to serve in Kashmir, because as per them, the Kashmir situation is not comfortable. You never know who will be killed, where he will be killed. They don't feel that sense of security in the while serving in the Kashmir Valley, and the administration saying that they have to follow some kind of service norms, the rules.
डिमांड हमारी रिलोकेट किया जाए, हमें सेफ जगह पे भेजा, जम्मू में भेजा जाए। यहाँ पे हमें फालतू में मरवाने के लिए लाया गया है। आज हमारा एक भाई शहीद हुआ है, कल दोबारा दूसरा शहीद होगा। हम यही करने के लिए यहाँ पे नहीं आए हैं। हम जॉब करने हैं, हम पढ़े लिखे बंदे जॉब करने हैं, यहाँ मरने नहीं आए हम। हमें यहाँ से रिलोकेट कर दिया जाए, जम्मू भेज दिया जाए सेफ जगह पे, बस हम यही चाहते हैं सरकार। कोई डिमांड पूरी नहीं की गई, कोई डिमांड पूरी नहीं, जीरो। रिजल्ट हमारा जीरो है। जब तक हमें रिजल्ट नहीं मिलेगा तब तक प्रोटेस्ट चलता रहेगा। हम यहाँ पे खड़े रहेंगे जब तक हमें रिजल्ट नहीं मिलेगा। कोई ऑफिस नहीं जाएगा, सब मास रेजिग्नेशन देंगे। अगर नहीं मानेगा तो हम रिजाइन करके वापस चले जाएंगे, पर ऐसी जगह पे हम नहीं रहेंगे जहाँ पे हमें मारा जा रहा है। बिल्कुल
मारा जाता है, बट बाकी चीज सेम होते हैं। और अभी तक डीसी पे कोई एक्शन नहीं हुआ है। तहसीलदार चाडूरा भी बैठा हुआ है आराम से। थोड़ी एक्शन लिया जाए, हमारे मन को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने हमारे लिए कुछ किया है। बाकी मोदी साहब से यही गुजारिश है कि हमें रिलोकेट किए, कहीं भी हमें सेफ जगह पे पहुंचाए। अगर वो हमें हमारा अस्तित्व देखना चाहती है, नहीं तो एक टाइम आएगा माइनॉरिटी खत्म हो जाएगी। सिक्योरिटी क्या है? ऑफिस में जाते हैं तो हम गार्ड साथ लेके थोड़ा जा सकते, दूर लेने जाना है तो गार्ड साथ थोड़ा जाएगा। सिक्योरिटी का मतलब नहीं, हम नहीं, वी आर नॉट सिक्योर हियर। हमें रिलोकेशन ही एक बेस्ट ऑप्शन है हमारे लिए। हमें कोई आश्वासन नहीं चाहिए, अब हमें रिलोकेशन चाहिए। रिलोकेशन नहीं तो हमें यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किया जाए।
कोई भी डिमांड पूरी नहीं हुई। जी हाँ, ये कुछ डिमांडें जैसे हमने डिमांड नहीं रखी थी क्योंकि वो कुछ लिमिटेशंस थी अंडर पीएम पैकेज में, बड़ी सारी लिमिटेशंस थी, उनको पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रही है गवर्नमेंट, मगर अब हमें वो चीज़ नहीं चाहिए। हम चाहते हैं कि हम यहाँ से रिलोकेट हो जाए, नहीं तो हमें रेस्क्यू डाल दिए। क्योंकि यूक्रेन में भी जब वहाँ से MBBS वाले स्टूडेंट यहाँ आ सकते हैं तो हमें क्यों नहीं यहाँ से सेफ्टी और सिक्योर राइट टू लाइफ क्यों नहीं जीने दिया? वो भी एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मतलब लॉ है। हमें यहाँ से राइट टू लाइफ है, हम यहाँ मरना नहीं चाहते, हम वापस जाना चाहते हैं। तो और क्या क्या डिमांड है आपकी? हमारी कोई डिमांड नहीं है, क्योंकि जब 12 साल तक गवर्नमेंट ने हमारे जितने भी ड्रॉबैक्स थे इसमें पीएम पैकेज में तब नहीं पूरा किया। अब 12 साल बाद इनको नींद से जागे और इनको अब ख्याल आया है कि अब इनकी ये चीज़ें पूरी करेंगे तो हो जाएगा, बट इट इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल राइट नाउ। रिलोकेशन इज़ द ओनली सोल्यूशन। तो तब तक प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा आपका? हाँ जी, तब तक प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा।
And more on this story after a short break.
साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still.
Okay.
And a top story this hour coming from New Delhi: protests over the arrest of Delhi University professor. Ananya, over to you. We are seeing visuals of protests there by students at Hindu College in Delhi.
Well, yes, you can see clearly in the visuals that the students are protesting outside the arts faculty of the Delhi University, seeking release of Professor Ratan Lal. He was arrested last night with regards to his objectionable tweet in the Gyanvapi mosque issue. Remember that he had tweeted some objectionable comments with regards to the discovery of a shivling at the Gyanvapi mosque site, and later on, under the charges of 395A and 295 of the Indian Penal Code, he was arrested and for promoting enmity between 2 groups. The protest began at last night outside the Morris Nagar police station in the North District of the national capital. Remember, he was arrested by the Cyber Cell unit of the North District of the Delhi police, and today he will also be produced before the Tisazari court in the afternoon. As soon as the Delhi police takes him to the court, his medical examination would be conducted. But what is currently the scenario is that a protest is going on outside the arts faculty seeking release of Ratan Lal. You can see the visuals how students and teachers are protesting the heavy police deployment at the spot. The Delhi police is leaving no stone unturned in order to maintain the law and order situation here. It is also seeing in case there is some untoward incident. So the Delhi police is all prepped up. They have their units placed, whether it's the North Delhi's district police which is there or the paras, all of them have been deployed, and the Delhi police is leaving no stone unturned in order to maintain the law and order situation outside the Delhi University, because remember that the Gyanvapi mosque issue is a very, very sensitive one and a complex one, and hence the Delhi police does not want any kind of untoward incident to happen, because that might escalate to a larger level, and hence a heavy police deployment at the level of the Delhi police being done. However, the protest gathering is very, very small here, and the protests have started. The protest call was off around 11 a.m. in the morning, but due to some delays, the protest started just now. You can see students holding placards and also raising slogans for the release of Mr. Ratan Lal. So we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out, whether it's for Ratan Lal, whether it's for the Gyanvapi issue, because remember that it is a heated issue, and in fact, a politicization of the arrest of Mr. Ratan Lal has also taken place. Various political leaders some in the support, some against the arrest are basically going on. Remember that the arrest has been made over a complaint filed by Delhi-based lawyer Vineet Jindal, who had said that his religious sentiments have been hurt after the tweet of Mr. Ratan Lal, and hence now he was arrested last night by the Cyber Cell unit of the North District of the Delhi Police, and he would be produced before Delhi court now. But the protests, you can see, are continuing here. The people are protesting continuously for a release of the protest. Remember, was called by the All India Students Association, that is ISA, and also the Delhi Teachers Federation, the organization of the Delhi University teachers. Both of them are left organization. Both of them are left organizations which are demanding the release of, in fact, Professor Ratan Lal in this whole case. Studios.
Well, Ananya, when we talk about the charges against him, has he been charged with anything? And as far as police are concerned, how long do they intend to keep him in custody? What are the rules according to which he has been taken into custody? Is he going to be questioned over the post? Give us some more details as far as you know.
Well, yes, he has been arrested under the charges of promoting enmity between two groups and certain other sections of the Indian Penal Code. Remember, these are cognizable offences, and now the police, after arresting him, would now be taking him to the court, and he would be produced before the court, where the police might seek his police custody remand in order to question him in this whole case. And the judge, after seeing all the aspects, might give the police custody of Mr. Ratan Lal to the Delhi police, where they might question him. But the Delhi police can keep him in custody. But any accused who has been arrested by a police officer has to be produced before a court within 24 hours of the arrest, and hence he would also be produced before the 30 Hazari court in the national capital, because it is the court of the North District. Under the jurisdiction of 30 Hazari court, the North District comes, and he would be produced before the magistrate level court in the national capital's 30 Hazari court. And we'll have to wait and watch as to what the Delhi police seeks, whether it's a police custody, whether it's a judicial custody that the Delhi police seeks, and later on what the court grants and what the court thinks about the arrest. We'll have to wait and watch for that. However, his lawyers are completely condemning the arrest. They are saying, and if I'll ask my camera person Anil to show you the visuals of the protest, you can see right there the protests are continuing outside the arts faculty. And coming back to what we are saying, that he would be produced before a court where the police would be asking either for a police custody remand or a judicial remand. And the court, after seeing the documents, after seeing the whole investigation into this case, the court might grant his police custody, because remember that he was arrested by the Delhi police and he had not surrendered. So the Delhi police might say that he was non-cooperative and will then seek for his police custody remand in order to question him with regards to his objectionable post, because this is not just his tweets that are in question, but he also runs a podcast by the name of Ambedkar Nama, where certain posts are made, and they might also quiz him with regards to his YouTube channel and other things as well. But the tweet remained in focus, where he had abruptly mentioned about we had made some objectionable statements about the discovery of a shivling inside the Gyanvapi mosque, and later on a row had erupted, and a Delhi-based lawyer had filed in fact complaint with regards to this, and FIR was later registered by the Delhi police in this regard. And later on, Mr. Ratan Lal was arrested into this whole case. So we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out and how people react. Also try to speak to some of these people out here who are protesting. So we'll see in case the Delhi police feels that they need his custody, they might arrest him into this whole case. So we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out into this whole case. But for now, Ratan Lal would be produced before a court. Protests are continuing outside the Delhi's court, and we'll have to wait and watch how things pan out in this regard. But his object. आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम राहुल है, मैं क्रांतिकारी युवा संगठन सदस्य हूँ।
राहुल, किस चीज़ के लिए प्रोटेस्ट है? क्यों रतन लाल की रिहाई आप मांग रहे हैं?
कल रात को रतन लाल को लगभग 10 बजे जो है अरेस्ट कर लिया गया। आज हम उसी के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करके मोदी सरकार जो प्रगतिशील ताकतों का दमन कर रही है, जो भी प्रगतिशील ताकतें आवाज़ उठा रही है, वो हिंदू मुसलमान की जो भी राजनीति है उनके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठा रही है। जिस तरह के मुद्दे मोदी सरकार सामने ला रही है जनता के, उसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठा रही है, तो मोदी सरकार उसका सीधे तौर पे दमन करी। और ये पहला इंसिडेंट नहीं है, ऐसे बहुत सारे इंसिडेंट हमको हाल ही में दिख चुके हैं कि मोदी सरकार किस तरह से हिंदू मुसलमान के बीच में झगड़ा करके अपनी राजनीति चला रही है और जो भी उनके राज्य के खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाते हैं उनका वो दमन करी, उनकी आवाज़ को दबा रही है।
But you can see how things are panning out here. People are protesting for the release of Mr. Ratanlal and clearly saying that his arrest is illegal. His lawyers also say that his arrest is legal. You can see right behind me is the protest that is going on in this case, and we can see, we'll track the story after a short break.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
CBI is conducting searches across 10 locations across Mumbai, Gandhinagar, Delhi, Noida, Gurgaon and Kolkata with relation to co-location scam in which Chitra Ramakrishna was named. The searches are connected to brokers and traders. Chitra Ramakrishna is the Indian businesswoman and former CEO of the National Stock Exchange, and she was arrested by the CBI for her involvement in the co-location scam. Chitra began and more breaking news coming in on another issue now. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi has reacted to Kamal Nath's praise of the BJP, stating, let's listen in to what he said. Stating that BJP is an organized.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता बिना रुके हुए, बिना थके हुए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, पार्टी के नेतृत्व में मजबूती के साथ गांव, गरीब, किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी के इंसान तक मजबूती से काम करता रहा है। अब कांग्रेस अगर अब सब कुछ लुटा के होश में आए तो क्या हुआ? देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता बिना रुके हुए, बिना थके हुए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, पार्टी के नेतृत्व में मजबूती के साथ गांव, गरीब, किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी के इंसान तक मजबूती से काम करता रहा है। अब कांग्रेस अगर अब सब कुछ लुटा के होश में आए तो क्या हुआ?
Well, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi of the BJP reacting to Congress's Kamal Nath's praises of the BJP, stating that the BJP is an organized party. Unlike the Congress, he said that BJP workers keep on working at grassroots levels and that it works for the poor, farmers, and the Congress has now come to know about the good work that the BJP has always undertaken. His comments came after Kamal Nath's address to party workers in Madhya Pradesh. Well, Kamal Nath had earlier said that in an address to party workers in Madhya Pradesh that the BJP leaders know how to fight. He said BJP leaders are self-aware, while Congress leaders, on the other hand, wait and watch.
अठारह साल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी, आज लोग भी बहुत समझदार हो गए। जिनको आप ज्ञान देने जाते थे वो आपको ज्ञान देने के लिए तैयार है। ये भी बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। वो आपको ज्ञान देंगे, पर ये मत भूलिएगा कि आपको कोई बोलने बताने आएगा कि ये करिए। यही कांग्रेस में कमी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है, उसको कोई बोलने नहीं चाहता है कि तुम जाओ वहां जाओ, यहां घूमो, ये घूमो। पर कांग्रेस पे इंतजार करते हैं, कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम जाए। शादी बारात में जा रहे हैं, गमी में जा रहे हैं, अपनी बात तो कर सकते हैं ना। ये आज एक नया रवैया हमें अपनाना है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास आज बोलने लायक कुछ नहीं है। हमें माफी नहीं मांगनी, जो मैं कह रहा था। 15 महीने कांग्रेस की सरकार टिकी, जो हुआ सबके सामने हुआ, मैं दोहराना नहीं चाहता। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है, उसको कोई बोलने नहीं चाहता कि तुम जाओ वहां जाओ, यहां घूमो, ये घूमो। पर कांग्रेस पे इंतजार करते हैं, कोई आए हमें बोले तभी हम जाए। यही कांग्रेस में कमी है।
So Kamal Nath praising the BJP and also coming up. What's the Gyan Vapi truth? Never seen before videos and pictures emerge. What's the truth?
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside. These 2 machines, they have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर
Top headlines at 12 p.m. Never seen before. Videos and pictures emerge from Gyanvapi. What's the Gyanvapi truth? It's a Mega Republic exclusive. Pictures of Nandi Ma Gauri Puja procession accessed. In London, Rahul Gandhi does it again, compares India-China standoff to Ukraine crisis. Delhi University professor arrested over derogatory post on Shivling. Students protest arrest. Cong rallies freedom of speech defense. CBI quizzes West Bengal Education Minister Parik Adhikari once again in the teachers' recruitment scam probe. Huge cache of drugs caught off Lakshadweep coast as ICG intercepts 2 boats in a mid-sea drug bust. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Republic. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting straight away with some breaking news coming in with respect to Ghulam Nabi Azad's statement saying that the party has made its stance clear on Delimitation Commission. Azad said that the Congress is not satisfied with this report as it does not connect with the ground reality. Let's listen into that soundbite of Ghulam Nabi Azad.
कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसके बारे में हम सब ने, पार्टी ने, मैंने और हमारे मीर साहब ने और हमारे सभी साथी अलग अलग ने, हमारे स्पोक्समैन ने पार्टी की तरफ से स्पष्ट किया है कि हम डिलिमिटेशन की कमीशन की रिपोर्ट से संतुष्ट नहीं है। ये जमीनी आधार, जमीन में जो स्थिति है उसके आधार पर नहीं बनाई गई है। मैंने तो कहा है कि ये तो टेलर मेड है।
So that's the soundbite. That was Ghulam Nabi Azad speaking on the Delimitation Commission report, saying that Congress has made its stand clear when it comes to Delimitation Commission, saying that the Congress is not satisfied with this report as it does not connect with the ground reality. So that's the statement coming in from Ghulam Nabi Azad, saying that the party is not satisfied with the report. Remember, the Delimitation Commission report has been made, and it is a progressive report, what many are saying, but even then we have Congress rejecting the report, saying that it is unhappy with the Delimitation Commission report and that the party has made its stand clear on the Delimitation Commission. In fact, let's listen in to that soundbite again of Ghulam Nabi Azad.
कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसके बारे में हम सब ने, पार्टी ने, मैंने और हमारे मीर साहब ने और हमारे सभी साथी अलग अलग ने, हमारे स्पोक्समैन ने पार्टी की तरफ से स्पष्ट किया है कि हम डिलिमिटेशन की कमीशन की रिपोर्ट से संतुष्ट नहीं है। ये जमीनी आधार, जमीन में जो स्थिति है उसके आधार पर नहीं बनाई गई है। मैंने तो कहा है कि ये तो टेलर मेड है।
And former Deputy CM of JNK, Nirmal Singh, also joins us on the broadcast. Ma'am, your first reaction to the statement. Sir, beg your pardon, your first reaction to the statement that has been made by Ghulam Nabi Azad, saying that Congress is not at all happy with the Delimitation Commission report.
I will ask Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab to explain what they did before this, because 2-3 delimitation commissions were appointed. At that time, Jammu was crying. The hilly areas, the people belonging to hilly areas, they were crying, but nobody listened to it because everything was within the control of the state government. Now, this is the only fair delimitation which has been done. And he is questioning the integrity of a person like the ex-Supreme Court judge and Chief Election Commission, who had followed all the parameters. They have considered all the parameters. They have consulted.
And straight away cutting across to those visuals that are coming in from Kolkata where the protest is taking place. Beg your pardon, these are the visuals that are coming in from Kolkata where the protests are taking place. The visuals on your screens as well of the clashes there, the police they're trying to control the situation. As you can see, the protest taking place. The clashes in West Bengal, and those are the visuals coming in from Kolkata where the BJP is protesting against the post-poll violence and for establishment of democracy in Bhupati Nagar, East Midnapur as well. In fact, in that protest site, we have BJP Suvendu Adhikari as well as Priyanka Tibrewal who are present. Remember, there are tensions in the area in the procession of the return of the homeless affected by post-poll violence. BJP is currently staging a protest. Dramatic visuals coming in of the police there trying to control the situation and lathi charging on the protesters as well, as we can see in those visuals. So even as a BJP staging protest over the post-poll violence and demanding action and justice, we have the police there trying to clamp down on the protests which are taking place in West Bengal. And those are the live visuals coming in of the clashes between the BJP and the TMC workers, which is taking place right now. The protests are also taking place with respect to the post-poll violence in the state of West Bengal. Remember, BJP has been staging a protest for quite some time now over the post-poll violence that rocked the state of Bengal and demanding justice and stern action by the TMC government there. But dramatic visuals coming in of the lathi charge by the police there on the protesters. The BJP workers who are staging a protest over the post-poll violence in the state. So some dramatic visuals that we are getting to you from Kolkata where protests are taking place and the police using the lathis to clamp down on the protests which are taking place in the state. And we are also told that Suvendu Adhikari, Priyanka Tibrewal are also present at this protest site. Remember, tensions have been simmering in the state for quite some time now, and the visuals on your screens as well of the TMC as well as the BJP workers clashed after the protests that broke out with respect to the post-poll violence that rocked the state of West Bengal. You can see the visuals there. We can see Suvendu Adhikari as well, who's part of the protest which is taking place in the state of West Bengal, and the police are trying to clamp down on the angry protesters, demanding action from the state government, from the Mamata-led government in the state of West Bengal over the post-poll violence that rocked the state and also claimed lives of people. And those are the visuals, in fact, of Suvendu Adhikari, and we have Priyanka Tibrewal as well, who's present at the protest site, which are taking place in the state of West Bengal. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us some more information on that. But the police using force there to clamp down on the angry protesters. We are also told that the BJP as well as the TMC workers clashed at this protest site, which are taking place. This particular visual that is coming in from East Midnapur, the BJP staging protest, and the police there trying to control the protesters and using force to handle the situation, because you can see the tension simmering there in the state of West Bengal. Tension simmering for quite some time now in the state of West Bengal, where law and order situation has gone for a complete toss. And even as we see the BJP demanding action from the TMC government with respect to the post-poll violence and as well as several incidents of violence that have been happening in the state from time to time, no action as such has been taken by the TMC-led government to control the situation. And now we have the BJP staging a protest and the police using forces to clamp down on the angry protesters. So the visuals coming in, very dramatic visuals. We have BJP Suvendu Adhikari as well as Priyanka Tibrewal who are present at this protest site which is taking place in East Midnapur. And tension simmering there in the state of West Bengal. You can see how the angry protesters can be seen arguing with the police as they clamp down on the protesters using lathis, using force to clamp down on the angry protesters. Tensions escalating in East Midnapur. We have Suvendu Adhikari as well, who's present at this protest site, leading the protest. And we have Anirban also joining us to give all the latest information. Anirban, what more can you tell us? We can see the dramatic visuals on our screens of the protest being led by Suvendu Adhikari and the police there using force to clamp down on the protesters.
Yeah, the scenario is like that it is Bhupati Nagar area. Here, a massive number of BJP workers, after the post-poll violence, they were actually out of their home. They were roaming around there in the Kolkata city or in other cities or other parts of Bengal. Very recently, after the visit of National Human Rights Commission and according to the order of Kolkata High Court and after the CBI inquiry, some of them, 100 to 150 members of some families, 30 to 40 families, they have returned to their home after a long period of 1 year. But just after they returned to their home, they were still facing boycotts and all kinds of problems and hindrances when they were back to their home. So BJP state leadership, they took a program to protest all these things. To ensure the peace and peaceful residing of their workers who are back and the families who are back in Bhupati Nagar once again after 1 year of post-poll violence. Now today this protest rally was programmed at 12 noon. Suvendu Adhikari was to be the leader of this rally, taking leadership of this rally. But just before this rally started, there was a scuffle between the BJP and the local TMC workers, and between the BJP workers and the local police also. After arriving in this rally, Suvendu Adhikari has straightforwardly he has accused the local police for not being able to maintain the peace in the area and not being able to maintain the peace after the BJP workers back to their home after post-poll violence. And he has also accused the local TMC leadership and local goons for attacking the local BJP workers who had taken rally or who are actually preparing for the rally that he is now taking care of. Our representative Chontu is already there. Chontu Pan is already there with Suvendu Adhikari and local BJP leadership with the rally. And now they have taken a massive rally in the Bhupati Nagar area just to protest all the harassments that their workers are still facing and the families of the workers are still facing after coming back to their home after post-poll violence, according to the Kolkata High Court order.
And also, Aniruddha, this is not the first time that the BJP is staging a protest demanding justice for the post-poll violence victims, because we have seen in the past also how BJP launched a 10-day campaign as well. But if we see on the ground, there's no action as such that has been taken by the TMC government to ensure that justice is served with respect to the post-poll violence that rocked the state.
Definitely, and the situation is much more green here because according to the court order, Kolkata High Court order, the court officer Priyanka Tibrewal, we know that she is an BJP activist. She has also fought in the Bhawanipur election against Mamata Banerjee, by-election against Mamata Banerjee. But in this case, she was the court appointed officer to ensure the returning back of the Khorchera people or BJP workers who are actually out of their home after for the consequences of this post-poll violence. And according to that order, Priyanka Tibrewal took to Bhupati Nagar last week, and even in front of police officers, local ICs and OCs, people were continuously accusing police that they just like before 1 year when the post-poll violence took place first, the police was still very reluctant to ensure peace and very reluctant to pay heed to their all accusations regarding what they're facing in Bhupati Nagar after still coming back. And in the police stations or even in the places of Bhupati Nagar where these Bhorchara people returned back. We have seen dramatic sequences in front of police when local people were accusing the local police officers, ICs or OC level officers that for 1 year they have gone places to places, corner to corner, door to door for police, for their protection to police and other administrative officials. But their applications, their tears had gone no attention, had got no heat to heat. So after Shubhendu Adhikari is taking a rally in protest of all these things, still after coming back to, according to Kolkata High Court order with a court officer on duty and police on their way back to their home to ensure the peace, still these BJP workers and their families are residing with fear and with all the kind of harassment, including boycotts of even getting water or even getting the grocery items from their local shops.
Yes, Anirban, also, we can see the visuals on our screens. It's a peaceful march of sorts being led by the BJP. Still, we have those, the police using force on the protesters. If you could tell us what really led to a situation such as this, where police had to use force on the protesters.
Yes, just before this rally started, as I was telling you, that some kind of preparedness was taking place in front of Bhupati Nagar BJP party office, and local BJP workers, including those who were facing steel problems and boycotts and everything. They were actually preparing for this mega rally with the leadership of Shubhendu Adhikari that was supposed to take place 2 hours later. But in and around 10 and 10:30 today, local goons, allegedly TMC workers by BJP, and they came into the picture, and the 50 to 60 local goons, they actually physically beaten the local BJP workers who were preparing for this rally. After that, police came to the place, and according to the BJP workers, allegedly police has also taken the side of the TMC workers and TMC goons, or TMC supported goons, that BJP is accusing the police, according to them. And after that, a scuffle between the BJP workers and TMC workers, as well as BJP workers with police, also had taken place. But after 30 or 40 minutes of this scuffle and all these things, lathi charge and great drama over there in front of the local BJP office in Bhupati Nagar, situations came down, and just after the arrival of Shubhendu Adhikari, now the rally is peacefully being taken in Bhupati Nagar area, and Shubhendu Adhikari has now the picture that we are seeing now on our screen is the picture just in front of Bhupati Nagar police station, just from this particular place 1 week earlier. Priyanka Tibrewal started her journey with the Bhorchara people or the people who were away from their home to get back to their home with the police forces, according to the Kolkata High Court order. But after 1 week, allegedly by the BJP local level.
Anirban, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll come back to you. We're tracking another big stories coming in at this point in time, but also tracking all the developments as far as the situation that is concerned in West Bengal. Moving on, as rain continues to batter Assam, the Indian Air Force has deployed its Chinook heavy lift helicopters in order to deploy NDRF personnel in the flood-affected areas of Haflong. This comes, remember, against the backdrop of northeastern state that is witnessing continuous heavy downpours. We have Anuradha joining us from Dharamtul. Anuradha, if you could give us more details as to the present situation in the state, because we understand more than 50,000 people have been displaced across the state as a result of continuous downpour.
Yes, right now we are in Dharamtur area on the banks of the Kapili river, and you can see how the Kapili has been trying to erode away the banks on the both sides. On the other side on your screen, you can also see how houses has been inundated by the waters of the Kapili, which have been flowing much above the danger level. Remember, there has been very heavy to heavy rainfall in Meghalaya as well as in Dima Hasao, the hills area of Assam, and as a result of which the dams have been overflowing, the hydropower dams have been overflowing, and following that, the gates of the dams have been opened which have subsequently led to massive flooding in the downstream areas. And here you can also see, though there has been a spar made, the river waters have been trying to erode away even the spars that has been built here. We have a few locals here who would like to get in some voices from them. यहाँ पर कब से पानी बढ़ रहा है आप लोग के इस इलाके में?
अब तो कम से कम 6-7 दिन होगा और रोज ऐसा बार बार ऐसा हालत हुआ है। प्रत्येक साल में ऐसा हालत हुआ। अब इसी साल में अब ज़्यादा हुआ थोड़ा, लेकिन हालत ऐसा ही हुआ।
आप लोग के घर में भी पानी घुस गया?
हाँ, सभी लोग।
पानी कितना तक घुसा है घर में?
ओ कम से कम 8-9 फुट।
So you can hear at least up to 3 meters the flood waters have increased, and here also you can see that bamboo spar, how it has been the river has been trying to uproot it, and you can see the movement of the bamboo spar as it has been shaking for the last considerable period of time that we have been here. The river waters which have been hitting on this bank on its eastern side is trying to rapidly push away and change the course of the river. Meanwhile, if we talk about other places as well, in other parts of Assam, so far 29 districts of the state have been inundated, out of which around 26 constituencies, legislative assembly constituencies, have been completely submerged by the water. The worst affected are the Kasar district in Barak Valley, as well as the Hosai and Nagaon Kampur area, including some parts of Mongoldoi and Dorong, where urban floods have also been witnessed. The Indian Air Force, as you were telling, the Indian Air Force, the Army, the NDRF, SDRF has been pressed into action. The Indian Air Force is operating an AN-32 aircraft to deliver relief materials and essential items to the Barak Valley area, which has been completely cut off from the rest of the world following massive landslide in multiple places in Dima Hasao district. And in Dima Hasao particularly, the Indian Air Force Mi-17 and Chinook helicopters have been used in order to take fuels and other essential commodities like rice and dal to that isolated areas, and also airlifting some tourists who were stranded in the Haflong railway station after a massive landslide completely submerged the Haflong railway station and also damaged multiple trains which were stationed in the railway tracks.
All right. Aniruddha, thank you so much. So Aniruddha there reporting live from the flood-hit region in Assam. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as it's a Mega Republic exclusive pictures of Nandi Ma Gauri Puja procession accessed.
I'm worried that Chinese troops are sitting inside India, and I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
साथ आएंगे राज्यपाल महोदय, मैं स्पीकर महोदय, हम लोग राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ ही आएंगे, लेकिन शेष सदस्य आधे घंटे पहले कम से कम अपनी सीट पर बैठ जाएं।
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई, उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
we spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
And another honor killing case that is coming to light from Hyderabad. Police has said that 4 accused have been apprehended and 1 is still absconding. The accused are relatives of a girl who got married to Neeraj 1 year ago. Family of Neeraj has been staging protest at the police state. We have Aneri also joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, another honor killing incident coming to light from Hyderabad. Give us more details.
Well, that's right. As we have been seeing that this is yet another case of honor killing which has been reported from Hyderabad, and a 24-year-old Neeraj was stabbed to death brutally by, it is being learned that the Neeraj, who was 24 years old, was stabbed to death by the girl's brothers is what we are learning. However, the police officials say that we have learned from the police officials just now that 4 accused in this case have been apprehended and 1 is still absconding. However, the police officials will make an official announcement in this regard of what exactly transpired. And as you can see, now the family members of Neeraj have been staging protests here outside the police station here in Hyderabad, and also as they have been demanding that that justice should prevail and the accused should be hanged to death. Well, as we have been seeing that the Goshamel MLA Raja Singh is also here speaking to the family members of Neeraj and trying to console them. But as you can see, the family members have gathered, the relatives and everyone here have gathered in large number, staging protests, demanding justice to Neeraj. And also, as we see that in the visuals and in the CCTV footage we have access, we can see how brutally Neeraj was stabbed to death and killed yesterday evening. However, now we see that the police officials have arrested 4 accused in this case, and one accused has been still absconding. However, police also says that these accused are the relatives of Sanjana, and also when we happened to speak to Sanjana, she also said that the accused should be brought in front of her and should be given a stricter punishment, as we see and as we continue to report from here, from the protest site here in Hyderabad, where the family members of Neeraj have been staging protests, and also the association members of Begum Bazar, where this incident has happened. The association members of Begum Bazar has called for a ban today, marking a protest against the death of Neeraj in this incident which has taken place in Hyderabad yesterday evening. Well, yet another incident, and the Raja Singh also, when we happened to speak to him, he also blames the TRS government over this incident for law and order failure in the state.
Well, absolutely. Aneri, stay with us. We also have a reaction coming in from the police official. Let's listen in.
Prima facie 5. 4 apprehended. 4 apprehended. 1 is absconding. Relatives. 2 prima facie because we are still interviewing them. Prima facie we came to know that 2 are related to the close relatives of this.
Come back to you. You are reporting straight from that protest site. Give us more details of this honor killing case. When did this really happen, and what is the family demanding now?
उनके परिवार वाले बोले इसलिए मैं बात बोला.
Aneri, if you can hear us, give us more information with respect to this honor killing case again coming to light from Hyderabad. Well, we will try and go across to Aneri again, but those are the visuals we are getting to you right from Hyderabad, Shahaniaganj, where the people there are protesting. And the family of the victim is also staging a protest, we are told. An honor killing case that has been reported from Hyderabad yet again.
इसके लिए मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूँ. ये आज की लड़ाई नहीं, आने वाले समय में फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट जब तक नहीं लग जाता, फिर आने वाले समय में हम यही बैठेंगे. मैं आपके साथ बैठूंगा, यही बैठेंगे हम लोग, यही बैठेंगे. फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट के लिए हम डिमांड करेंगे, यही बैठेंगे. फिर हम सब लोग, हम भी आपके साथ हैं, हम भी आपके साथ हैं, हम भी आपके साथ हैं, बेफिक्र रहिए. तो इसलिए देखिए, अभी नीरज का अंतिम संस्कार होना है, पोस्टमार्टम होना है. हम सब अगर यहाँ बैठेंगे तो वो कार्य पूरा नहीं होगा. उसकी आत्मा को भी कुछ शांति मिलना है. तो इसलिए अभी पोस्टमार्टम होना है, फिर अंतिम संस्कार भी होना है. हम चाहते थे कि ये लोग अरेस्ट हो गए. अब हमारी लड़ाई आगे जो लड़ाई होगी, आगे जो लड़ाई होगी, ये कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा माता जी. और एसोसिएशन की तरफ से भी एक एडवोकेट को भी खड़ा कर रहे हैं. उसको बेल ना मिले ऐसा एसोसिएशन से भी एक कोर्ट में एक एडवोकेट भी खड़ा कर रहे हैं. ये भी बात करें. देखिए, आपको कोर्ट का प्रोसीजर पता ही है, जो होना है आगे होगा. लेकिन आप सबसे निवेदन है कि अब आप लोग या उनके घर जाते या कैसा जाते देखिए, लेकिन आगे की पुलिस को कार्रवाई करने के लिए उनको थोड़ा रिलीफ दे. ये मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहूँगा. धन्यवाद.
Aneri, this is Rukma here. We just heard the demands of the family members of Neeraj. In the Justice for Neeraj campaign, we can see that hundreds of people have gathered there. Give us a sense of the atmosphere there. Also, clearly, there is no support for this kind of killing.
That's right. As we have been seeing and as we continue to report from here, the family members of Neeraj have been staging protests outside the police station and also have been demanding that a strictest punishment should be given to the accused of Neeraj who killed him. And as we also have access the CCTV footage where we can see how brutally and how the accused had killed him and stabbed to death. Well, now we see that the family members also have been demanding justice, and the girl Sanjana also has been saying this, that the accused should be arrested and also should be brought in front of him so that the deceased can get justice. And also in the meantime, we see that the association members of Begum Bazar area, a wholesale market, have called for a band today in regard with the incident which has taken place in Hyderabad, where a 24-year-old was brutally killed. And also, as we have been seeing, the police officials have stated that that 4 accused have been arrested in this case and 1 person is still absconding. However, further interrogation also has been taken up by the police officials, and police also says that these 4 accused are also the relatives of Sanjana, the girl whom Neeraj got married 1 year ago, and also they have a 1-month-old kid who also is there, but now they demand justice.
Well, the demands for justice growing louder there in Begum Bazar area in Hyderabad, where another case of killing in the name of honor. Well, we'd like to know more about the case, Aneri. We believe that the brothers of the girl are involved in the killing. Police have made some arrests, but when did this happen? How did the incidents unfold? Is there any information, more information about Neeraj?
been seeing this incident took place yesterday, and as I would request my video journalists to show how the protest is taking place outside the police station, and family members are demanding justice. But in the meantime, what we are learning is that at 2 p.m. the police official, the DCP, will be holding a press conference. But also, what according to the information we have as of now is Neeraj was stabbed and later he was attacked, and which led to severe bleeding injuries. 4 persons who attacked him, and also he collapsed on the spot when this incident took place. However, a case was registered yesterday evening when this incident took place, and also we have been seeing that police has taken up further investigation into the matter. But yes, further details on what exactly transpired and why this led to the killing of Neeraj is yet to be known, as police officials will be holding an official press conference at 2 p.m. We'll have to wait for that, but also we will try and speak to some of the family members of Neeraj here and know what they have to say.
अभी कुछ नहीं मैडम, पहले हम लोग
यही कहना चाहते हैं, नीरज के कसूरवारों को फांसी मिले, आज के आज नीरज के साथ उनकी भी चिता जले.
So as you can see here, the family members are staging protest, and now they have been moving from the police station, demanding that the accused will be given a strictest punishment and justice will prevail to Neeraj.
Well, the information you tell us, Anere, is very sketchy as of now. Is there any information as to the whereabouts of his wife Sanjana, or his son, or the family members of the wife?
Well, just some time back we happened to speak to Sanjana when she was also staging protests here, and she also said that the accused are the relatives, but other people also were involved. So all of them should be arrested and should be brought in front of him, and she would want justice to be prevailed, as she has been saying that the family members of Sanjana were not supporting her marriage, and that is the reason why this incident has taken place. But however, now she has been demanding justice. Well, let me remind you, this is not the first case. Just few days back we had seen Nagraju also was stabbed to death brutally by the relatives of the girl, and this is the second such incident which has been taking place here in Hyderabad.
And Aneri, when we talk about the issue here, which has led to this kind of brutal crime, but so many people are gathered here, as we can see clearly. They believe that it's a case of killing. What are police saying? What are the charges that can be brought against the accused? Are there any leads as to who are responsible, and can the culprits be brought to book?
As I earlier mentioned, that the police officials has stated that 4 accused have been arrested in this case, and 1 person is still absconding. However, total 5 accused are involved in the killing of Neeraj, and also we have been seeing that the police said that this accused are the relatives of girl, that is Sanjana, and so there are further interrogation and investigation also has been taking place on how this happened and what exactly led to the killing of Neeraj. And also we have been seeing that the police officials will be giving out all the details at 2 p.m. Shortly, in some time from now, we will be seeing a press conference which will be held in which we will be getting all the details. And also, as you can see now, the family members have been moving out from here, and police officials are also trying to bring the situation under control here in the area where the family members were staging protests.
Well, not just family.
And right now we are joined in an exclusive interview. We are joined in by the lawyer
but the petitioner of the DU professor. Sir, if I'm audible, I'm joined in by Advocate Vinny Jindal. Mr. Jindal, what's your legal comment to it? Because at the end of the day, the government says the comment made by Professor Ratan Lal is not acceptable, not according to them, but according to the Indian law, the law of the land. Advocate Jindal.
He's targeting the whole Hindu community. He's targeting the whole Hindu community and also every shivling in which every Hindu deity has been having the faith. So the way he's put forward his comment in the manner that is very derogatory, I can't even tell what he's saying. So being a Hindu, it is a violation of the section under which the FIR has been lodged. So hopefully he will be behind the bar for a longer period, so that some sense should be given to him. And as far as my concern, I think that he should not be working as a professor in Delhi University. Delhi University is a prestigious university.
But the irony, Advocate Vinny Jindal, the irony is, and we are just trying to connect back the link with Advocate Vinny Jindal, the irony here is, viewers, that the kind of comments which were made by Professor Ratan Lal, they were there. But the kind of comments which are being made now are even far worse. That's the reality. The comments which are being made now after the Delhi police arresting Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, those comments, the people or the group, that particular group which is trying to back Advocate Vinny Jindal, that particular group which is trying to back this professor, the kind of comments they are making now on the social networks, sir, they are far more worse. Advocate.
Yes. For this, we have also been working upon this aspect. We are ready to file complaint. Each or every person who is targeting Hindu community, who is making any kind of comment which is not been acceptable in any manner. We are in a country which is run by the law. They are talking about freedom of speech, but freedom of speech always with certain limitations. They have to follow upon this. If they are not following, we are here. We'll fight with them. We'll fight for our constitution. We will fight for our land. We'll fight for our law.
Advocate Vinny Jindal, I was just coming on that counter because they say that where is our freedom of speech? Advocate, they come on the point of freedom of speech and they have a plethora. They take out a plethora of points that this was done, point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. So on the pretext of freedom of speech, they say they are allowed to say whatever they want. Is that correct, Advocate?
This is ironically because we have seen these people, the so-called social activists, they leftists, they are on the side of other side when this kind of comment would be done against any other community. So I am not mentioning any community name, but still, being a Hindu, if they are saying anything against Hindu community, they are on the other side. But if this kind of comment come from any other community, they are on the other side.
I would just want to give you some breaking news, sir. Advocate Vinny Jindal, I would just want to give you some news. You said only from one particular community, one particular side. No, you see the social networking sites. The comment which was made by DU Professor Ratan Lal, that was one. You have your complainant has filed, you have taken it to the court, Delhi police has acted. My point was that now the people who stand or the kind of comments which are being made are being made from all around, and that's one particular group. And what will you do, or what will the police do? Because the kind of comments which are being made now to back Professor Ratan Lal are far more worse, sir. That's my point.
Yes, Aishwarya ji, we are working off it. We are preparing list of every person who is making this kind of comment, who is backing this person, Ratan Lal, who is making derogatory remark against Hindu community and Shivling. We are not leave any person who is threatening us, who is trying to. I have seen on my own Twitter account. I have seen that people are using abusing language against me. They are threatening me for my life even. So I can understand what kind of people, what kind of mindset they have. So we are working on it. We will not leave any person. We'll file a separate complaint. We can file thousands of complaints. We have not been stopped here. If they are not willing to follow the rule of land, we'll fight for this. We will follow. They have to follow the constitution and the law of land.
No, everyone has to advocate, Vinny Jindal. Just one last question, sir. Just one last question before we let you go. This is not going to stop. Because they have compared Shivling to the fountain, and then the comparisons or the level of comparisons which happened. I say no comment should be made which is against anyone's deity. But the comparisons which were made to Shivling under the title of freedom of speech, they have been given this authority. They have been given this right. They have been given this permission by the Indian Constitution. Is it right or is it wrong, sir, according to the Indian law? According to the law of India, do they have this right? Because that is what they say. Their counter is simple. We have freedom of speech. We can say what we want, where we want, how we want. Advocate Vinny Jindal, please clarify, sir.
Yes, if they are talking about freedom of speech, then they have to read the whole clause which is mentioned in our constitution. Freedom of speech is always with certain limitation. There are limitations. They are a line which should not be crossed by any person who is citizen of this country. But the way they are putting their views, they don't believe in Hindu religion. But it doesn't mean that they can say anything against Hindu community, Hindu religion, or Hindu godness or gods. So they have to stop. There are sections. That's why this person is behind the bar. Ratan Lal is behind the bar. There are sections 153A and 295. There are sections who is taking care of the person like this. Those who are committing upon any religion. It is not only about Hindu community. It is about every religion. If they are trying to say that, okay, now, but what they are saying, but they are trying to put this, that this is the narrative which is put by the government. It is not like that. They are intentionally doing this. This person, they are a chain. They are a line of people who are doing this kind of act regularly. We have seen several incidents since last.
So, are you saying this is being deliberately done? Are you saying this is being deliberately done, advocate? Are you saying this is being deliberately done?
Yes, definitely. If you see, since last long, they are people. They are people who is specifically mentioned Hindu community. They are making derogatory remarks and they are saying we are victim. They are then after putting this kind of verbal comment, they are deliberately they are defaming Hindu community. Then they are playing victim card. It is in the same manner.
And you will continue your fight, sir? And you will continue your fight?
Yes, definitely. We will fight. We will fight until the people who are doing this should not be behind the bar.
So that was Advocate Vinny Jindal. Advocate Vinny Jindal making it clear that his fight against those who have not only made objectionable comment, that is not only Professor Ratan Lal of the DU, but now because there is a particular group here which has come out, and the kind of comments and the kind of comparisons which are being made now on the social networking site and other different platforms are far more, because he feels there is a far more devious plans behind it. So that was Advocate Vinny Jindal. Thank you so much for talking to Republic, sir. Thank you for that exclusive interview. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Chinese troops are sitting inside India today. They are setting up the infrastructure. They're obviously preparing for something. And I can see exactly what is happening in Ukraine.
TMC issues notice to the Ranas, coming up in a short while on Republic TV. Also coming up, Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Arunachal Pradesh.
This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from both premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh.
Right now we are at Kardampuri, flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Sachidarpuram. I came to London Food began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Mega controversy erupts over Congress post on Rajiv Gandhi's death anniversary as the party rakes up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots. So breaking news coming in there, the Congress posting Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots on the occasion of his birth anniversary. The Congress defending the 1984 riots, breaking up Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the anti-Sikh riots that took place that year. So controversial Congress post regarding the 1984 riots, which have gone down in history as the anti-Sikh riots, which caused the loss of immense lives in Delhi in particular. And the Congress now posting Rajiv Gandhi's defense of the 1984 riots. Raising a number of questions about the Congress's thoughts, the Congress's view of this particular horrifying incident. On Rajiv Gandhi's death anniversary, is the Congress flaunting the 1984 anti-Sikh riots? And on the occasion of the death anniversary of Rajiv Gandhi, former Prime Minister of India and leader of the Congress Party, the Congress has posted a remembrance of Rajiv Gandhi by repeating his defense of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, in which a total of more than 15,000 Sikhs who were killed across 40 cities in India. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, BJP leader, is joining us right now. Mr. Sirsa, what can we say? It's the death anniversary of their former leader, a former prime minister, and the Congress posting, his remark the remark that he had made during the time of the anti-Sikh riots.
See, this shows how much hate they carry against us. आज भी कांग्रेस के, गांधी परिवार के, नेहरू परिवार के मन में कितनी नफरत है हम सिखों के लिए। किस तरह से वो जो राजीव गांधी ने सिखों का कत्लेआम कराने के बाद पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से ये एड्रेस करते हुए नेशन को कहा कि जब बड़ा पेट गिरता है धरती हिलती है, आज उसी मानसिकता, उसी सोच, उसी नफरत के साथ कांग्रेस इस देश में सिखों को डील कर रही है। आज भी कांग्रेस के मन में वही भाव है कि हमें खत्म किया जाए, हमें नष्ट किया जाए। ये एक तरह से हमें याद कराना, हमारे जख्मों को याद भी कराना और हमें ये एहसास भी कराना कि तुम्हारे साथ हमने क्या अत्याचार किया है। मुझे लगता है कि खाली ये भावना तक सीमित नहीं रहना चाहिए, इसके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली पुलिस को सिखों के खिलाफ नफरत फैलाने पे, कम्युनल हेट फैलाने पे और एक कम्युनिटी को सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से डराने, धमकाने के अधीर रंजन चौधरी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
Yes, but Mr. Sirsa, ये जो है, I mean, look at this particular tweet. I mean, you have to really, be brazen to say that when a big tree falls, the ground shakes. And what was he thinking when he put out that tweet? Obviously, this is not a mistake.
No, he's trying to portray. देखिए, जब कश्मीर में कोई आतंकी मारा जाता है तो क्या कहते हैं? उसको आतंकी थोड़ा कहते हैं। वो कहते हैं शहीद हुआ, लिखते हैं ऐसे कई शहीद होंगे। तो दे आर ट्राइंग टू पोर्ट्रे कि एक बहुत बड़ा कातिल है, इसने बहुत बड़ा उपकार किया इस सृष्टि के ऊपर, देश के ऊपर, सिखों को मारा था। ये हमारा हीरो है। जस्ट ट्राइंग टू पोर्ट्रे एज अ किलर हीरो कि एक मारने वाला हीरो है हमारे लिए। ये मानना है कांग्रेस का, कांग्रेस की मानसिकता। इसमें हम सब जानते हैं, ये छुपी हुई बात नहीं है कि कांग्रेस के मन में सिखों के प्रति बहुत नफरत है और वो नफरत इस तरह से फैलाने की हिम्मत रखते होंगे पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से आके अपने इस राजीव गांधी को एक सिखों के कातिल के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट करते हुए हीरोइक उसको पिक्चर देने की कोशिश करेंगे, उसको पोर्ट्रेट करेंगे। ये शायद हम लोगों ने कल्पना नहीं की होगी, पर मैं फिर कहना चाहता हूँ कांग्रेस इसी तरह की है, कांग्रेस की सोच और भावना इसी तरह की है। ये मुझे लगता है कि ये एक एग्जाम्पल है जो देश के लोगों को महसूस करना चाहिए कि ये किस तरह की नफरत लिए घूमते हैं और उस नफरत का नंगा नाच दिखाने में ये परवाह नहीं करते, शर्म नहीं करते उस नंगा नाच को करने में। आप बताएं, इससे ज्यादा आप क्या कहेंगे? ये क्या कांग्रेस की नफरत का नंगा नाच नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस का ये बताना नहीं है देश के लोगों को कि इसने सिखों का कत्लेआम किया, ये हमारा हीरो है? और जो उसने हीरो ने वर्ड यूज किया था वो आज बता रहे हैं कि हमारे लिए हीरो है। तो क्या आप किस तरह की मानसिकता रखते हैं? आज मुझे लगता है देश के लोगों को ये सच है उनके सामने। कभी ऐसे वक्त आते हैं, देखिए कांग्रेस अपने बंद कमरों में तो यही डिस्कशन करती है कैसे सिखों को मारा, कैसे मारना है, लेकिन आज कहते हैं ना कि बात लबों पे आ गई, जुबान पे आ गई। जो दिल में बात थी वो दिल की बात जो आज लबों पे जुबान पे आ गई है, बस इतना ही अंतर है। वरना कांग्रेस के अंदर यही नफरत है और उनकी हिम्मत देखिए, डेयरिंग देखिए कितने हैं वो कि उसको पब्लिकली एडमिट कर रहे हैं, पब्लिकली एड्रेस कर रहे हैं कि हाँ हमने मारा है और ये हमारा हीरो है।
No, it's really shocking, Mr. Sirsa, because we're looking at the tweet and we wonder whether this was deliberate or not. Thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for joining us.
No, but any human being put it like this, and I think everybody must have the question in his mind कि क्या कोई इंसान, क्या कोई ह्यूमन बीइंग ऐसा कर सकता है? मुझे लगता है हर इंसान के, चाहे वो 16 साल का बच्चा भी क्यों ना हो, वो भी झूठ सोचता होगा, 80 साल का इंसान भी झूठ सोचता होगा। कोई कैसे कर सकते हैं? तो यार कोई कैसे लिख सकता है ऐसे यार?
ये सोचिए आप, I mean, सोचिए Mr. Sisa, just think about it. It's the anniversary. And of all the quotes of Rajiv Gandhi, they found just one, and that too of 1984. I can't believe it. I'm handing it back to Samiksha. Samiksha, handing it back to you.
Well, that's right. So it is the death anniversary of Rajiv Gandhi, and what we've seen essentially is that Congress leader Ajay Devgan putting out a very sinister tweet of sorts, trying to probably in a way kind of justifying the 1984 riots. In fact, now we have the BJP also coming down heavily on the Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and just reacting to that, we have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in a damage control mode entirely, putting out a tweet now saying that the tweet against my name in the Twitter account has nothing to do with my observation, and that it is a malicious campaign that is being propagated by these forces inimical to me. So Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary trying to justify the tweet that he had put out just a short while back, in a way, in sort of, trying to justify the 1984 riots. The kind of riots we saw is something that is etched in everybody's minds, and now we have BJP as well trying to come down heavily on the BJP, but Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there trying to put up a show of sorts that he did not really mean what he intended to, but that tweet is kind of it points to somewhat kind of a justification, or trying to justify the kind of situation we saw back in 1984 during the time of Rajiv Gandhi, and yes, BJP leaving no opportunity there to hit back at the Congress.
Well, Aishwarya is joining us right now. Aishwarya, big blunder on the part of the Congress there, tweeting one of Rajiv Gandhi's most controversial statements made on during the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, and which had created such a furor and had hurt so many sentiments. Now the Congress party repeating it and quoting it on his death anniversary. Well, we have with us Surjit Singh, one of the victims of these horrific and shameful riots, which are a blot on the history of our country. Mr. Singh, your thoughts, even as we can only marvel at the Congress at this blunder by the Congress. Surjit Singh, आप क्या कहना चाहोगे इस मौके पर?
हम ये कहना चाहते हैं, ये जो बयान दिया है कांग्रेसी नेताओं और लीडरों ने, जो बयान दिया है, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। देखिए, 37 साल हो गए 84 को जो कत्लेआम हुआ था दिल्ली में और कानपुर में, हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग स्टेटों में हुआ था। ये जो सिखों की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन पार्टी कांग्रेस है, इन्होंने जो बयान दिया है, असल में ये जो कत्लेआम हुआ था, दंगे हुए थे, ये राजीव गांधी ने करवाए थे। इसी ने पहले नारा दिया था, जब कोई बड़ा पेड़ गिरता धरती हिलती है, खून का बदला खून। उसके बाद ये पी प्लानिंग जो है, जो उनके जो साथी थे, सज्जन कुमार थे, जगदीश शेटलर थे, एसके भगत थे, कमलनाथ थे, और जो भी लीडर थे, इन्होंने ड्यूटी लगा के ये सब कांग्रेस, ये राजीव गांधी ने पी प्लानिंग जो कत्लेआम दिल्ली में करवाया था, जो 10,000 सिखों का कत्लेआम हुआ था, आज वही इनकी मानसिकता है। वही जो सिखों के साथ जो इन्होंने किया, वही दोबारा फिर ये बात कर रहे हैं। ये जो उनके जख्म है सिखों के, उनको जो नमक डाल रहे हैं, सिखों के जख्म डाल रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने बात आज की है राजीव गांधी के जन्मदिन पर, हम इसकी बहुत निंदा करते हैं और हम भारत सरकार से मांग करते हैं, मोदी जी से, कि जो इनके खिलाफ एसआईटी बनाई गई थी, जो जिन्होंने कत्लेआम करवाया था, जब बीजेपी की सरकार बनी थी, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि हम इनको समयबद्ध टाइम बाउंड करके इनको सजा देंगे, और वो जो एसआईटी बनाई थी वो उस दिन काम करना बंद कर दिया। एक सज्जन कुमार है जिसको जो सजा हुई है। हमारी मांग है कि जिसने भी ये बयान दिया है, जो कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं, इनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन होना चाहिए, और जो हमारे जो कातिल है, जिनको अभी तक सजा नहीं हुई है, उनको सजा होनी चाहिए।
सुरजीत जी, हम समझ सकते हैं, जी हम समझ सकते हैं the sentiments which have been revived again by this blunder of the Congress. Many thanks for speaking with Republic TV. Let's go across live. Union Home Minister is in Arunachal Pradesh. Let's cut across live. There you see visuals there of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is visiting Arunachal Pradesh today. The border state being visited, and well, many projects there, much on his agenda on the occasion. It's a two-day visit that the Union Home Minister is undertaking. The visit begins today, and there you can see him offering prayers at before the shrine to Ramakrishna Paramahans. He will be inaugurating and is set to inaugurate a slew of development projects during this two-day visit, which begins today. He will be laying the foundation stone of a 51-feet statue of sage Parshuram at Wakro in Lohit district, among various other projects that he will be inaugurating.
And as Rukma was pointing out, the visuals coming to you live from Tirap in Arunachal Pradesh. Home Minister Amit Shah there, who is embarked on a two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, in the visuals, we can also see Kiran Rijiju, who is also present with Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah, who has embarked on a two-day visit to Tirap as part of Tirap Ramakrishna mission. And the visuals on your screens as well. And Prime Minister, beg your pardon, the Home Minister Amit Shah there is all set to take part in several programs also that will be held in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a two-day program. It's a two-day visit of Home Minister Amit Shah. There you have the Home Minister. And the visuals also coming in from Arunachal, the live visuals that are coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah, who is on a two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh. Well, those are the live visuals that are coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah, who has arrived at Arunachal Pradesh on a two-day visit. We have Ishwara also joining us, our executive editor for politics, on the phone line to give us more information. Ishwara, what can you tell us about the itinerary of Home Minister Amit Shah during his two-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh?
And to the specific state of Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, the Home Minister has always said, and not only now, and that is the process of the Government of India as well, of the Modi government, for a special stress towards Northeast. We have seen that because there are several schemes which were launched by Government of India, Home Minister is going to be launching 3 such schemes, and the Union Home Minister and the Minister for Cooperation is also going to start not one but at least 3 different schemes in the border areas of Arunachal Pradesh, which has not happened prior ever. So that is going to be first. And as far as Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned, his stress on Arunachal, Assam, all the 7 states of the Northeast have been very, very intrinsic, and his point has been clear that there should be complete development in the Northeast, and it's in the same regard.
Well, Ishwara, they're bringing us all the latest as far as Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Arunachal Pradesh is concerned. Remember, it's the second visit of Home Minister Amit Shah to Arunachal Pradesh as the Union Home Minister. He last visited Arunachal Pradesh in 2020 to attend the 34th Statehood Day celebrations, and now that's the second visit that has been undertaken by the Union Home Minister to Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, officials now saying that Shah will lay the foundation stone of several development projects also in the state. He will also be attending the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Ramakrishna Mission School at Narottam Nagar in Deomali in Tirap district. So those visuals also coming in from the Tirap district. He will be taking part in several programs, as you can see those visuals that are coming in right now. Home Minister Amit Shah on a 2-day visit to Arunachal Pradesh, the second visit of Arunachal Pradesh as a Union Home Minister, the first one that he undertook as in 2020 to attend the 34th Statehood Day celebrations in Arunachal Pradesh. And what we're also told is that during his 2-day visit, Home Minister Amit Shah will also interact with the civil society and will also lay foundation stone of several development projects and interact with security forces deployed in the forward areas along the China-Indian border as well. And the live visuals that are coming in right now, the visuals on your screens as well. This is, we are told, this is from Jammu and Kashmir, where Kashmiri Pandits are staging a protest. We will cut across to those visuals as well. The visuals, now this particular visual we are told are from J&K in Srinagar, where Pandits are protesting against the targeted killings which have been happening in J&K, and that is the protest being staged by the Kashmiri Pandits there, who we can see are standing in solidarity when it comes to all those lives that have been lost as a result of targeted killings which have happened in the state. The latest being Rahul Bhatt, who was also a victim of targeted killing that happened in J&K. The visuals are of the protesters, the Kashmiri Pandits, who are staging a protest demanding stern action when we talk about their security as well, because remember, there have been a spate of targeted killings which have been happening in J&K, the latest of course being Rahul Bhatt. We have Zeenat also joining us from Srinagar to give us all the latest. Zeenat, what can you tell us about these protests which are taking place in J&K, which has now entered day 10?
See, these are the visuals from the Anantnag, where the Pandits have come all together to mourn the death of Rahul Bhatt, who lost his life some 10 days back. We are seeing the visuals from across Kashmir Valley, whether it is Anantnag, it is Baramulla, or it is Srinagar. We are seeing everywhere the Kashmiri Pandits on road and protesting against the killing of Rahul Bhatt, and also demanding the government, from the government, the answers for their questions, because we are seeing that they have a lot of many demands as far as their demand for shifting them from Kashmir Valley to other parts of the country. Meanwhile, they are also demanding that if government is not able to fulfill the demand of them, then they should accept their mass resignation. Meanwhile, they also demanded that Manoj Sinha, Lieutenant Governor of J&K, should visit the Pandit colonies, but as of now, LG has not paid any visit. But yes, the divisional administration, police administration did reach to these Kashmiri Pandits, and all assurances were given to them. Meanwhile, Rahul Bhatt's wife has also been accommodated in the government sector, and LG has promised that the educational expenses of his daughter will be taken care by the government. But we are seeing that only one demand coming from the Kashmiri Pandits, that either you accept the mass resignation or you shift us from Kashmir Valley to any corner of the country.
Well, that's right, Zeenat. So those visuals, as Zeenat is pointing out, coming in from Anantnag, where people are praying for Rahul Bhatt's soul, who was a victim of targeted killing which happened in J&K. There are protests, also simultaneous protests, which are also taking place in J&K as far as the justice that is concerned for the Kashmiri Pandits, because they are demanding security from the administration in backdrop of the spate of targeted killings which have been happening in J&K. And the visuals there on your screens as well of people paying obeisance to Rahul Bhatt, who lost his life in this terror attack that happened in J&K, and simultaneously the protests also that are being held by the Kashmiri Pandits there, demanding stern action and security as well. And cutting across to the live visuals we are getting to you from Ramban district of J&K, where the rescue operations continue after a tunnel caved in on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. We are told that several are still feared trapped in the debris. Going straight across to Gursimran, who's reporting from the very location where the tunnel collapsed. Gursimran, if you could tell us about the death toll till now, and if any more people are feared to be trapped in the debris.
See, one more body has been found by the district administration during the relief and rescue operation. Right now we are at that very place where the relief and rescue operations are on. Gaurav is showing you the visuals today morning. Another body has been found and the efforts are on to retrieve this body. Pertinent to mention that it's now been more than a day's time we have seen that relief and rescue operations are on. Yesterday another part of this mountain collapsed, due to which the rescue and relief operations went on to zero, where they were almost having the 80%. Joined by me is SP Ramban Mohita Sharma. Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, would like you to share some details. What is the progress of the ongoing operation?
One body has been confirmed
another one body has been confirmed. But again, जैसे ही we started, rescuing that body, again shooting stones started coming.
We just saw some of the shooting stone coming, and even some of the rescue workers, they were running for their life. How difficult it is?
They are literally putting their lives at risk. But of course, as I said yesterday also, we won't stop till the last body is rescued. So we will continue doing.
Can we expect that by day's end this operation will come to an end?
Hopefully so. If nature is with us and the shooting stones stop coming, then of course it will be ending by an hour or two.
So an hour or two is what the administration here is expecting this operation to be. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that these rescue and relief workers, they, by risking their life, are trying to ensure that the bodies are retrieved, and the district administration is also here. It's been more than now 40 hours that the administration is here. They are monitoring each and every step that is taking place. Joined by me is Deputy Commissioner Ramban. Sir, what is the progress we have seen since morning, because you have started early morning at around 5:30?
Progress has been exceedingly good. We started this operation at 5:30 a.m. in the morning. We have been able to locate another body, but still another 7 persons at least are missing. Right now the operation has reached a very critical stage. You can see that the slide portion is on the edge, it is on the precipice. So that's why we are using machines in a very technical way, so that the body which is right now stuck in the debris is immediately removed. Just now we had a very providential escape for some of our workers there, rescue workers, when some stones started coming down. Hopefully we are looking towards an early closure of this operation by sunset.
So by sunset, this is what the administration is expecting, a closure of this operation. I will request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. Even these gusty winds are making it really challenging for the relief and rescue workers to carry out these rescue operations. As of now, the big machines are being used to remove the debris, and then at a later stage, the NDRF and SDRF teams will also carry out the operations in such a manner that it will help to evacuate those bodies. You see how these gusty winds are making this operation almost difficult, and it is also triggering slides at some locations. If Gaurav can show you, these slides are being triggered with these gusty winds, and that has made this operation really very challenging for the relief and rescue operations. More than 40 hours of this operation, one body has been retrieved, other body has been found but is yet to be retrieved, and this is the on-ground scenario from here, because these loose composite mountains are making it really very tough for the administration to carry out the rescue and the relief operation. Here in the Ramban, where 10 people were feared to be inside this. One body has been recovered, one has been found, and the operation continues.
That's right. Good Simran, if you could tell us more about the challenges being faced when we talk about the rescue operations, because like you're pointing out, the inclement weather, of course, and that coupled with the boulders that are constantly falling, that are hindering the rescue operations.
Yes, these big boulders and the inclement weather conditions have hampered these operations. Yesterday after 4:40 there was almost 0% work that was done, because there was heavy rains, gusty winds that are making it really difficult. But now you see these big boulders that have come, they have been almost pushed to the corner using the big machines, and now what they are doing is they are taking these debris out so that they can reach out to very place. What the administration feel is that the bodies of those maybe a miracle happens and some of those are alive, but what they feel is that all of them were very near to the opening of the tunnel, the newly constructed tunnel, when this incident happened, and that's why what they have done is they have segregated these debris into two parts. One is on the extreme this side, and what they are doing is that they are focusing on the entry of the tunnel. They are focusing on the entry point of the tunnel so that they can find out the bodies of those 9 people, probably is the number. And now the more and more teams are moving in, even the stretchers are being taken in. Possibly they have found the body, and the body is being taken out. You see, Gaurav is showing you the live visuals. First body was found yesterday, and now another body has been found from that very spot where this unfortunate incident took place day before yesterday at around 10 in the evening. Now we are almost on to the 40th hour of the rescue and relief operation. and we will continue reporting on this from the ground zero on this operation that is going on in the Ramban district of Jammu.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued, 10 people.
Nearly 280 kgs of heroin was intercepted in the high seas off the coast of Lakshadweep in a joint operation by the Indian Coast Guard and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Based on an input which they received last week, the team has been searching and surveying the high seas, and on 18th of May, 2 boats named the Prince and Little Jesus were intercepted by the joint team consisting of the Indian Coast Guard and the DRI officials, and 280 kgs of international grade heroin worth rupees 1,526 crores have been seized. The boats were brought back to the coast of Kochi for further interrogation, and this is the 4th major seize of narcotics by the Department of Revenue Intelligence and the Indian Coast Guard in the recent times. In the last few months since April 2021, 2,500 crores of heroin has been seized.
पहुंचेगा, बॉडी को यहां पर रिकवर कर लिया गया है। ऑपरेशन के 40वें घंटे पर दूसरी बॉडी जो है वो यहां पर रिकवर की गई है।
कुछ नहीं
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जज साहब ने दूसरी पार्टी जो दौड़ के उनके पास गई उनको सुना और बगैर मुसलमान को जो पार्टी है उसमें बगैर सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने गलत ऑर्डर दिया।
from the Ramban rescue site where the rescue operations continue. The latest, what you're told, is another body has been recovered. The death toll has now risen to 3, we are told. Going straight across to Gursimran. Gursimran, take it away. Give us all the latest information you're gathering as far as the rescue operations that are concerned.
See, the death toll is at 2 now. One body that was found earlier has now been recovered. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that with this recovery, 2 deaths have been confirmed so far in tunnel collapse that has taken place in Ramban district of Jammu. And important to mention that the Gaurav is also showing you these visuals of relief and rescue operations that are going on, what they are trying to ensure. And Gaurav, I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this entire stretch. Not only that this stretch, but also we saw how the mountain fell from that very place. I'll request Gaurav to come this way. We'll try to speak to some of the officials also to share more details about the operation, that this operation is going on. The Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban is also sharing some key details about the ongoing operation. The administration is hopeful if all goes smooth, then they will be able to complete this operation very soon. I'll request Gaurav to move this way. We have the Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban district, Masrat Islam, with us. एक और body recover हुई है. What is the status?
The second body has been retrieved after almost 2 hours of struggle. We have shifted that to the district hospital Ramban. We are ascertaining the identity of the missing person, the labourer. As and when it will be confirmed, we will share details. We have information from the people on the site that probably the other bodies are also somewhere there. There is a big boulder there, and we are trying to remove it in a very technical way. As you can see, the entire this slide has become, very, very unstable. It is on the precipice, and before there is any further, slide, we would like to retrieve all the bodies.
Sir, we have seen we are already into 40th hour of the operation. How long it will go if all goes smooth?
If there is no slide immediately, further slide, we hope to complete this operation quickly before sunset.
So before sunset, they want to complete this operation. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the relief and rescue operations are going on at this massive scale. And now what the administration is hopeful that by the sunset, they will be able to complete this operation. See how the debris are being removed at a fast pace. These operations are going on even at the 40th hour of these operation, one of the longest running relief and rescue operation. But those slides that are coming when there is a vibration that is generated, as these are the loose composite mountains, and this is making it really very challenging and difficult for the workers who are on ground, and administration is making it very sure that all goes smooth and the operation can be closed and at earliest. We'll be staying on this story right after this short break.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summerschool.
Construction work was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. There is a landslide that happened and 3 people who have been rescued. 10 people are still inside these 2 machines. They have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today entire mountain that was here totally collapsed. Inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operation. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area, and now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing.
बाहर के रख
Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
जीने दो, अमित शाह तुम फैसला लो, हमको जीने दो, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, एलजी तो बहाना है, मोदी को जगाना है, शहीद राहुल मेरे कातिल जिंदा है। यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि आज फिर उनका 10वां दिन है और आज हम सब यहाँ
Visuals there of Kashmiri Pandits tonsuring their heads, shaving off their heads in protest over Rahul Bhatt's killing.
आज राहुल जी जो शहीद हुए हैं, जिस प्रकार से निर्मम तरीके से उनकी हत्या की गई है, आज हम उनके परिवार के साथ शाना बशाना खड़े हैं और उनके साथ जितने भी हम कश्मीरी समुदाय हैं, जितने भी हम एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, माइनॉरिटी एम्प्लॉयज़, उनके प्रति हम सहानुभूति व्यक्त करते हैं। और जो बाल काटने की प्रक्रिया है, ये हमारे जो राहुल भाई शहीद हुए, आज उनका 10वां दिन है और ये एक वहाँ पर एक रिचुअल होता है जो कि बुढ़ापे में अगर किसी की डेथ होती है तो उसका भेंटा करता है। लेकिन चूंकि राहुल जी जो कि एक होनहार अफसर थे और बहुत ही जवान थे, अभी 34 साल के थे, तो उनकी एक छोटी सी बेटी है, तो हम उस बेटी को यहाँ से बताना चाहते हैं कि वो अकेली नहीं है इस दुख की घड़ी में। हम पूरा कश्मीरी समुदाय उसके साथ खड़े हैं और शाना बशाना उसके साथ खड़े हैं। आज हमारे पास शब्द नहीं है हम किस प्रकार से उसको ये बताएं कि आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है। ये तो बहुत ही हमारे लिए दुख की बात है, हम उसको बचा नहीं पाए। लेकिन पता नहीं ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ये यूटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ये मोदी सरकार, ये अमित शाह जी, उनके कानों तक क्यों नहीं बात पहुंचती है? क्या वो कश्मीरी पंडितों का बलिदान ऐसे ही इस कश्मीर में देना चाहती है? हम तो यहाँ पे नौकरी करने आए थे लेकिन वो नाकामयाब हो गए। हम चाहते थे हम अपने घरों में वापस आए, लेकिन ये कश्मीरियत, ये भाईचारा, ये सब ढोंग है, ये कोई भाईचारा नहीं है। यहाँ पे हमें चारा बनाया जा रहा है। वी आर बीइंग मेड कैनन पाउडर। हम कश्मीरी पंडितों को यहाँ पे बलि का बकरा बनाया जा रहा है। पॉलिटिकल मुफाद के लिए, पॉलिटिकल सौदों के लिए, उनकी अपनी कुर्सी के लिए कश्मीरी पंडित के खून को आज 32 साल के बाद भी बेचा जा रहा है। ये जो जीनोसाइड, ये जो फोर्स्ड एक्सोडस आज 1990 में शुरू हो गया था, आज 32 साल बीत जाने के बाद भी ये एक्सोडस बंद नहीं हुआ है। हम कश्मीरी पंडित अभी भी बलि के बकरे बनाए जा रहे हैं। टारगेट किलिंग अभी भी हो रही है। मोदी जी, हमें पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे कि अगर कश्मीरी पंडित के प्रति आपकी यही नीति और नीयत रही तो हम आपको यहाँ से चुनौती देना चाहते हैं कि आप आज फैसला अगर नहीं लेंगे तो आने वाला समय कश्मीरी पंडित आपका फैसला जरूर लेगा।
कितने लोगों ने यहाँ पे बाल जो है त्याग दिए हैं, उसका मतलब आपसे क्या है?
यकीन मानिए, क्योंकि ये पूरे वैली में अभी जो ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, जो सर मुंडवाने का जो कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, क्योंकि आज शहीद राहुल जी का यहाँ पर 10वां दिन है। इस 10वें दिन में हम लोगों के रिचुअल होते हैं, क्योंकि जो भी अपने सगी संबंधी होते हैं वो अपना बाल मुंडवाते हैं, यानी सर अपना मुंडवाते हैं, अपने बालों का त्याग करते हैं, ताकि हम लोग उस शहीद राहुल को श्रद्धांजलि पेश करें। मगर यहाँ पर तो हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे लोगों को तो रोक के रखा है, मगर यहाँ पर सारे लोगों में इतना रोष है। यहाँ पर सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम सारे लोग बाल मुंडवा लेंगे, मगर हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि कम से कम 30-40 लोग तो कम से कम मुंडवा ही देंगे। अभी हम लोगों का यही अभी कार्यक्रम है, इसके बाद यही कार्यक्रम हमारा शुरू हो जाएगा, ताकि हम शहीद राहुल भट्ट को एक श्रद्धांजलि दें और एक रोष प्रकट करें अपने इस सरकार से, ताकि वो लोग हमारा इस चीज का संज्ञान ले और हम लोगों को कश्मीरी पंडित जो एक एंडेंजर्ड स्पीशीज है उसको संरक्षण दे।
So Kashmiri Pandits' protest in the valley enters its 10th day today, and as you can see that this is a form of protest that they have adopted on the 10th day of their protest, to shave their heads in memory of Rahul Bhatt, whom they have termed a martyr. Kashmiri Pandits right now demanding relocation to safer areas. Well, emotional scenes break out in Anantnag as the Kashmiri Pandit protest enters its... Well, sorry about that. This is a Dogra Front protest over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. This is a Dogra Front protesting over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. The protest demanding implementation of loudspeaker ban as it had been passed by the municipality, and condemning the statement of Omar Abdullah that there should be a central path. Dogra protest in Anantnag over the killing of Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu and Kashmir.
सेमिनार का शीर्षक कांग्रेस पार्टी को आइडियाज फॉर डिस्ट्रॉइंग इंडिया रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि यही उनकी मानसिकता है। भारत को नीचा दिखाओ, मोदी जी से नफरत करो, और इस बात पे अब भारत की जनता को शक नहीं रहा है कि राहुल गांधी इज अ हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर। ये हर बार गलती करते हैं और दूसरी बार इनके सामने केवल एक ही लक्ष्य होता है कि अपनी पिछली गलती से बड़ी गलती मैं कैसे करूं। एक अपरिपक्व नेता, एक पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन, आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विरोध कर सकते हैं, स्वस्थ राजनीति का यह हिस्सा है, लेकिन आप हमारे देश के लिए, भारत के लिए अगर अपशब्द कहेंगे, बेबुनियाद आरोप लगाएंगे, तो ना केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुरजोर तरीके से इसका विरोध करेगी। हमारा यह मानना है 135 करोड़ भारतीय जो हैं, वो आपकी इस नफरत की विचारधारा को नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे। यह भी एक सवाल आता है कि क्या यह संयोग है या प्रयोग है। एक हताश कांग्रेस और उसके एक विफल नेता राहुल गांधी जब भी विदेशी धरती पर जाते हैं, चाहे वो लंदन हो, बर्कली अमेरिका में हो, सिंगापुर हो, उनके वक्तव्य कहीं ना कहीं ये दर्शाते हैं कि आज की कांग्रेस पार्टी 84 से लेके अब तक जो मिट्टी का तेल हाथ में लेके चलती है ना, मुझे दिखाओ चिंगारी, मैं डालूंगा मिट्टी का तेल, वो मिट्टी का तेल बुझा नहीं है। आग लगी रहे देश में, सौहार्द बिगड़ा रहे, एक प्रगतिशील मजबूत भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कैसे बन रहा है। और सबसे पहले मैं शुरुआत करूंगा, ये मिट्टी का तेल, राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि बीजेपी ने देश में मिट्टी का तेल छिड़का है। नहीं राहुल गांधी जी, मिट्टी का तेल तो कांग्रेस पार्टी छिड़कती है। और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं कहता हूं, 1984 का जो नरसंहार हुआ, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने कत्लेआम करवाया, उस मिट्टी के तेल को डालने वाले कांग्रेस पार्टी के ही नेता थे। और ये ट्वीट अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी के ट्विटर हैंडल से 21 मई 2022 क्या कहता है? राजीव गांधी की तस्वीर दिखा के, व्हेन अ बिग ट्री फॉल्स द अर्थ शेक्स, जब बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती है, और जब धरती हिलती है तो कुछ हजार नागरिक मार दिए जाते हैं। यह हालत है आज कांग्रेस पार्टी में, और यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक विफल पार्ट टाइम अपरिपक्व नेता मिट्टी के तेल की बात करते हैं। 8 साल विपक्ष में रहने के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी को ऐसा लगने लगा है कि विपक्ष की केवल एक ही भूमिका होती है, हाथ में मिट्टी का तेल लेके चलो, लोगों को भड़काओ, दंगे बढ़ाओ। अगर विदेशी धरती पे हो तो भारत की सारी अच्छाइयों को छुपा के केवल बुराई करो, और वो भी झूठ बोलकर। नहीं राहुल गांधी जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ही सीख ले लीजिए। विपक्ष में दशकों रहे, लेकिन हमेशा अगर भूमिका निभाई तो एक सकारात्मक विपक्ष की। सत्तारूढ़ कांग्रेस को कमियां तो बताई, लेकिन सत्ता का लालच नहीं था कि सत्ता पाने के लिए हम देश का नुकसान कर देंगे। दूसरी आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणी जो उन्होंने करी है, उन्होंने कहा कि भारत में पाकिस्तान जैसे हालात हैं। राहुल गांधी जी, यह भी हमें पता है कि आपको पढ़ने लिखने में ज्यादा रुचि नहीं है। मैं केवल आपको इतना बता दूं कि जब से भारत आजाद हुआ, सरकार किसी भी पार्टी की रही हो, हमेशा लोकतंत्र का राज भारत में रहा। और पाकिस्तान वो मुल्क है, आजादी के 75 वर्षों में आधे समय वहां पे तानाशाह हुकूमत रही। यहां पर भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज पूरे विश्व को दिशा दे रहा है। चाहे वो पर्यावरण का मामला हो, चाहे आतंकवाद का मामला हो, और चाहे पूरे विश्व में वैक्सीन देकर वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की किसी ने बात को चरितार्थ किया हो, तो वो भारत है। और खबरदार राहुल गांधी, अगर एक आतंकिस्तान से, ऐसे मुल्क से जिसके पास इतने साधन भी नहीं है कि वो अपने देश को चला सके, भीख का कटोरा लेके कभी एक मुल्क की तरफ देखता है, दूसरे मुल्क की तरफ देखता है, उसकी तुलना आपने भारत से करी। भारत महान था, भारत महान है, और भारत महान रहेगा। और मुझे यह विश्वास है कि 135 करोड़ भारतीयों की यह बुलंद आवाज आप तक लंदन में भी पहुंचेगी। तीसरी बात जो उन्होंने कही है, वो उन्होंने कहा है कि भारत में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया है। भारत के इतिहास में अगर काला अध्याय कोई है तो वो आपातकाल है, जो स्वर्गीय प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी जी ने लगाया। तब लोकतंत्र पे एक हमला हुआ, और ये कैसी कांग्रेस पार्टी है, ये कैसा गांधी परिवार है जिसको विश्वास नहीं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, जिसको विश्वास नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया में, जिसको विश्वास नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री के उच्च पद पर, जिसको लोकतंत्र के चौथे स्तंभ मीडिया पे विश्वास नहीं है, जिसको ईवीएम पे विश्वास नहीं है, और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि जिसको जनता पे भी विश्वास नहीं है। यह कैसी कांग्रेस है? अभी 2 महीने पहले उत्तर प्रदेश का ही उदाहरण दे दे, एक ऐतिहासिक जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने दर्ज करी। कांग्रेस पार्टी के 399 प्रत्याशी थे, 387 की जमानत जब्त हो गई। राहुल गांधी जी, आप देश के यशस्वी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से नफरत करते हैं, यह जग जाहिर है, लेकिन खबरदार, अगर आपने हमारे देश के खिलाफ एक शब्द भी कहा, एक बात और कहूंगा और बड़े भारी मन से हम ये आपके समक्ष रखेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी की राजनीति ऐसी हो गई है कि कोई पीएचडी के एग्जाम में बैठना चाहता है लेकिन किताबों से नफरत करता है और नर्सरी पास नहीं करी। विदेश नीति पे राहुल गांधी जी ABCD नहीं जानते हैं, और वो इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान देते हैं। राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि लद्दाख में हालात यूक्रेन जैसे हैं। ये खुद में दिखाता है कि राहुल गांधी जी, आपको ना भारत की ताकत का पता है, ना विदेश नीति का ज्ञान है, और आपने ऐसा पाप किया है जो धुलने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि यह सर्वविदित है। हमारे देश की वीर सेना के जवान कर्नल संतोष बाबू जी, इन्होंने शहादत दी भारत की धरती के लिए। भारत की ताकत यह थी कि जिस सेना को लगता था कि हम बहुत वीर हैं, उनको पीछे जाना पड़ा। उनको समझ में आया कि भारत के शूरवीर क्या हैं, लेकिन उनका भी अपमान राहुल गांधी करते हैं और लद्दाख की तुलना वो यूक्रेन से कर देते हैं। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहूंगा कि आज भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप अगर एक सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाएंगे तो भी ठीक, और अगर आप नहीं निभाएंगे तो भी भारत आगे ही बढ़ेगा। और अंत करूंगा यही याद दिलाते हुए, जब अनुच्छेद 370 जो कि एक ऐतिहासिक कदम था उसको हटाया गया, तो पाकिस्तान को बड़ी परेशानी हुई। पाकिस्तान ने एक डॉजियर दिया था यूनाइटेड नेशंस में, उसकी तस्वीर मेरे पास है, और उसके पहले पृष्ठ पर किसका वक्तव्य था? राहुल गांधी जी, आपका वक्तव्य था। आप पाकिस्तान से नजदीक हो गए, अपने देश और देशवासियों से दूर हो गए। इस प्रेस वार्ता का अंत यही कह के करेंगे, पूरे विश्व को आज पता है 195 करोड़ टीके, सुरक्षा कवच अगर भारतीयों को लगे हैं तो हमारे देश की महानता है। कोविड की महामारी में कितने बड़े देश जो अपने आप को मजबूत समझते थे, कमजोर हो गए और भारत और मजबूत होकर निकला। 80 करोड़ भारतीयों को अन्न देना कि कोई भूखा ना सोए, इसकी चर्चा अगर आप राहुल गांधी जी विदेश में करते तो अच्छा होता। 11 करोड़ गैस सिलेंडर महिलाओं को देना, 11 करोड़ शौचालय बनना। आप तुलना ऐसे देशों से करते हैं जिनकी मदद आज भारत कर रहा है। नफरत का मोतियाबिंद अगर किसी को हुआ है तो वो राहुल गांधी हैं, और बड़े भारी मन से हम कहते हैं, ठीक है आप विपक्ष में हैं, विपक्ष का मतलब ये कतई नहीं है कि आप नफरत की आंधी में भारत को नुकसान पहुंचाएं। धन्यवाद।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through